The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's going to be the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it.
Here we go.
You love it. The 0-1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second round of the Spirit of VLN-series here on RaceSpotTV. Will Vincent, along with Cam Walsh, will be joined very shortly by Dan Blake and also Hugo Louise as well, as we bring you the second round of the championship from the track that measures exactly 4 miles in length. It is the wonderful, majestic Road America. Qualifying is just about complete, so we'll run you through your starting grid in just 1 moment's time. But Cam, 4-hour race here at Road America, some very long straightaways, some very good passing opportunities. This track shouldn't be too difficult as far as traffic goes as well, because those straightaways, and also the fact that most of the corners are 90 degrees, not going to have too many complexes to confuse the drivers and make life difficult with this multi-class style of event. Checkered flag is out for qualifying. This means is that drivers, as they come past the start-finish line, the lap that they are on will be that final lap. We have got 1 or 2 people still scored on the racetrack, as we're having a look at one of them working himself now down up the hill and towards pit road, and that is the OSR team, kind of being driven by Stefan Rudher in the C2 class. He's worked himself down on towards pit road, and you've also got this driver here as well, Dubny Lazar, in the C0 class, as he's working himself down towards turn number 5. He has already completed his allocated laps. This is a cool down lap for him. Don't see too many people else on the racetrack. We have got this driver right here, the 123 car. We're right on board of him, being driven by Patrick Roll, as he works himself now out Canada Bend, up down towards Bill Mitchell. 1 more corner left for him to go. He's got a car ahead of him on the racetrack as well, as Roll will now work himself down into the final corner and work himself out the final corner, and let's see whether we'll be able to improve on his lap. In fact, no, he's going to come on towards pit road as well. So ladies and gentlemen, does look as though that qualifying is now complete here at Road America, and what that does is it means that we can run through your starting grid in just 1 moment's time. But Cam, these final minutes of qualifying always difficult for these drivers, so there's always the opportunity that 1 or 2 of them might try and get that fast lap in right at the very end of qualifying. Yep, as you can see now, qualifying is scored complete. So, let's, ladies and gentlemen, run you through your starting grid for tonight's event. Lots to run through here. We'll start with the C0 class, and you can see Well, the grid is just a little bit messed up, actually. So, Cam, if you'd like to run us through top drivers in the C0 class, because I can't see any of it right now, we are set, of course, so for 4 hours, and that C0 class, well, they are looking as though they're going to have themselves some fun at this racetrack. I do believe we have lost Cam for just one moment, but here you can see we're having a look high up above at beautiful Road America. The cars will just one moment pull away behind the iRacing.com first safety car as we get ourselves our first look then at the cars heading themselves around this 4-mile racetrack. Yeah, and going to be very interesting to see how these drivers will do here today after they've just finished their qualifications. Of course, next step for them is trying to get themselves as fast as they can into position. There you can see then your class. There is your championship points, even so, as far as it goes in the C0 class. So they're just working themselves, to say, continuing around the racetrack now, just behind turn number 1 and 2. And in fact, we have now got ourselves Cam Walsh back, and we should get word of him in just one moment's time. But you see, cars now will work themselves down out of turn number 3, working themselves down this short straightaway, well, very long straightaway actually, which will lead them through turns number 4 down towards the famous turn number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves just one moment. We're going to step aside for 30 seconds. We shall be right back for the start after this. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do apologise for that very brief outage, but Wolverhampton, along with Cam Walsh here, as the cars working themselves now through turns number 7 and 8, and this is where things start to get a little bit difficult, Cam. If you want to get yourself past the car, this is the stage that you want to try and get it done before you get into the carousel, because running too wide through here can be incredibly difficult. So then the cars now work themselves down towards Canada corner. You can see that here, 90-degree right-hander. Now just one more corner to go. That'll be Bill Mitchell Bend before you come down into that final corner on the racetrack, because we have one more look here high above at beautiful Road America in Elkhart Lake. Just one moment's time, that pace car will make its journey down towards pit road to let these cars rip for 4 hours around this racetrack. Plenty of action to come your way this evening on RaceSpotTV, and we thank you for being a part of it. As you see that pace car now, we'll make that journey down towards pit road. Set that clock for 4 hours, because the second round of the championship will start right now. There you can see then the green flag waving as the cars work themselves underneath the Chevrolet bridge as they come down in towards turn number 1 for the first time. Good start there. You can see all of these cars storming down in towards turn number 1. Not much separation. A little bit of 2-3 wide racing as they come down into that first corner for the first time. So we have our first look on board of one of our onboard cameras. That is Arcadia Racing's Lucas Cizil as he works himself now down towards turn number 2. But it does look as though, as they work themselves behind the trees, Cam, everyone has worked themselves through turn number 1 at least okay for the time being. Yep, they work themselves then down towards turn 5 for the first time, and here you can see your race leader as we get a look from behind him. It is, actually I'll take that one back, it is this driver we're having a look at now, Blackadder's number 66 car of Lewis Kugley, as he's leading the field now through the hurry downs, turn number 7 and 8. They'll work themselves, you see, a little bit of 2 wide racing going on just behind them, well, it's all kind of going off here at the start of this race, but thing is, Cam, it's, well, you got that number 20 car just working himself from the outside on the number 25 as we work ourselves now along board with that number 25 machine, actually, the iRacing car of Lucas Cizil. But the differences between these cars is going to become apparent throughout the course of this race, be it into the corners, be it into the braking zones, be it down the straightaways. Each of these cars have their own unique twists and turns, and that's going to be no more apparent than here down at the kink. Yep, and there you can see the timing screen along the top of your screen. 3 hours, 57 minutes to go as the drivers then are going to complete their first lap. A little bit of side-by-side racing. We are going to zoom in on that one. It's the number 888 car there. You can just see him on your screen, working himself past the number 21 machine. That is the ACME racing team, currently being driven by Jere Pakkanen. And then you've got Sylvian Promenade in the JCL sim racing car right behind him. It's not a class battle with the 2 roofs, actually, as they carry on their journey around the racetrack, but nice little scrap going on the racetrack between these 2 drivers for the time being as they put themselves behind the trees once again. Let's go to the front of your field, and out front it is this driver leading the way, the VRT car currently being driven by Francisco Lopez, captain himself, and the Blackadder number 66 car currently being driven by Lewis Kugley is 0.4 of a second. And for people who are new to the series as well, Cam, one of the things about this race is that you're going to have, well, quite a lot of very close battles in this first inning as you get the better drivers on. But then also, a little bit later on, you are going to have to deal with driver swaps as well. And there you can see the gap, still 4 tenths per second as they look to complete their second lap here. As the cars now work themselves back up the hill once again. Just behind them as well, it'll be interesting to keep an eye out on this driver, Cam. It's a number 223 machine. And, well, you can see just ahead of them, a little bit of side-by-side racing. This is actually going to be for the race lead. And you've got on your outside, Lopez is able to just hold on, but pushing wide there is Quigley in that number 66 car. We'll work along board of him. He is looking mighty racing all of a sudden.
Yes, this is going to be very important to get this, get your positions early here, as everyone is all built up and close before fuel and drivers start coming into it. So people are going to be pushing real hard. Yes, it is a 4-hour race, which is a very long as far as races go. But these GT3 cars are doing what they do best, and they are going 2 by 2 into that quick left-hander once again. They're probably going to be taking some curb, as yes they do, kicking up a lot of dirt as they head up to that Corvette turn.
As they can see then, rear from the rear of Michael Taylor in that number 223 machine. And he's got himself, well, a bit of a scrap going on actually with the TNT Racing.com car of David Williams. Now, for TNT Racing, if they get involved in this battle too heavily, then they're going to be okay. But I think that if you're Trader or Quigley, you just got to stay in line for the time being. Allow these 4 drivers to really pull away before they get to that first lot of lap traffic, but just to be honest, will only be in about 15 minutes time cam, then they'll have enough so that they have got themselves that breakaway pack. Because right now for Williams, to the driver running in the 5th position, which is the GRC driver, currently being driven by Michael Morgenthau, they carry on where they are, well, then realistically that GRC car and also P6 could really get back into this battle before too long.
Yeah, I think they're going to be slamming into, let's see, who they're going to be hitting first right now. The final car is a rough, actually they are going into the pits, that's VE Racing. Yeah, right now the final car is a Kia Optima Blackadder Motorsports number 68. Well, it's actually kind of funny how that works out. The final car on the thing and the second placed car are both on the same team there. So they're rounding the train of cars quite nicely. But they should be catching up to them, as you said, about 15 minutes time here. These Kias, while they are definitely race cars, definitely not going to be keeping up with GT3 traffic. So when they hit these cars, it is going to be quite the shock, as the Kias do manage to bunch up just like the rough C-Spec cars.
Yeah, we'll be riding on board actually with the BMW again of Arcadia Racing deal. He was having a battle there for position in the C1 class, wasn't able to complete it though, as they worked themselves down in towards turn number 1. Just having a look back as well, there you can see yourself P1 in the C0 class. We have a look from the rear of him, and we can see the gap between himself and Alexander Voss is currently about 4 tenths of a second as they work themselves back down in towards turn 5 once again. And this battle on the 4 GTs, they are pretty darn close as well there. You can see the gap is about 0.5 a second, and we've got this train of cars as well, all around, running in very close proximity, as we're now riding on board of the C2 car, currently being driven by Mia Mulia there, Cam.
Yeah, these are, like I said, this is going to be one of those things where when they run into traffic, it is going to be a very different race when people start getting in. Of course, the Cadillac's just about doing the same as a GT3 car, slightly slower. And it's just going to be interesting to see where these Cadillacs and Ford GTs start playing, because right now it seems that a couple of Cadillacs are keeping up with the Ford GTs, but it should be interesting to see if the Ford GTs can pull away, as they probably really should.
I'm also having a look there. That number 78 car, the Wario Kart car, is going to get my award already, I think, Cam, for most awesome paint scheme. There you can see him, the Wario Land car, number 78, currently being driven by Henry Grob. That is one good-looking machine he's got.
Well, that's kind of one of the things I like about a series like this, where you don't have a lot of the super professional teams, where you can just kind of really go good with the paints. As I think we have a car off track or in trouble. The GRC car, the BMW Z4, driven by Michael Morgenthau right now, is a lot of damage all the way around. Obviously, having spun into some Armco there, I think we'll get a replay of that, Will.
Yeah, we are. It's out of Phil Mitchell. Ben, you can see him just getting loose on into the barrier as well. That car up and around clearly is going to be classified as out of the race. We've got one more look from him then as he works himself down in towards turn number 13. Phil Mitchell, Ben, multiple corner on the racetrack. There you can see him coming down into the corner, just getting himself a little bit loose into that ragged. I've seen that one so many times in racing, be it in GT racing or be it in open wheel cars. I've seen it a couple of times in the iRacing World Championship Series, also seen it in IndyCar Series. We've also got another car off on the racetrack, that is number 69 car, who's classified now off the racetrack. We'll get ourselves a replay of him, Cam, as he works himself down in towards turn number 1. I think this is on the exit down into turn 2.
Yeah, these cars are starting to get into their own grooves. They're so used to following behind traffic that when you start breaking apart from that traffic, you got to kind of remember where your typical line is. Now, of course, where a GRC went off is a very standard part to go off. Like I said, there are a couple of turns here at Road America where your rear end gets really happy, and if you're just a little on the throttle or you're a little off your apex, it's going to really bite you. Unfortunately for GRC, they're having flipped over theirs, and they're now in pit lane, as well as the Sim Race drivers team number 2 car, that number 69 car, who's filling up the pit lane right now with smoke.
Yeah, let's go down and look at our Kia class then. This is the Karcher car, currently being driven by David E. Baker, and the number 23 machine. Just ahead of him, he has got Jamie Rushworth, who is currently driving in the Suzuka racing cars. We now have a look from the rear of Jamie Rushworth, and a little bit of damage to some of these cars already. We can actually see it from the rear of Rushworth's car. Is Rushworth just pushing a little bit wide there, actually, as he works himself out the carousel. That is going to really allow third place driver David Baker right behind him, Cam, as they work themselves down towards the kink once again. Front end damage on these Kias is not a good thing, because of course that's where the engine is.
Yeah, these Kias, somewhat similar to touring cars, not necessarily of the type, but in the placement of where GT cars go, it's around about there. These cars do some beating and banging. They do race in the iRacing official series paired with the Cadillac. These Kias, they are quite fun to drive. Most importantly, though, they are front-wheel drive cars. The only front-wheel drive car on the track right now.
Got the VRT car then of Francisco Lopez down on pit road. He's had some issues in the early going of today's event, so we'll have to keep an eye out for him. As we've got another car coming on the pit road, that is a main PC car, I believe we saw him earlier, but he's making himself a pit stop. Looks so he's got himself some damage to his machine as well, so we have a look on board with him then as he makes what will be his first pit stop of the day. I can see a little bit of left side damage to that car, and 31 car not having the time of its life right now, but he will go back out onto the racetrack, we think, at some point soon. Let's ride along board then with the ACME racing car of Huey Pakkanen as he continues the battle with Travis Millman. This is the battle for P2 in class right now, so work themselves back down towards turn 5, out of turn 5. 3 cars very closely separated right now, Cam. This is a nice little scrap going on with Weston and Wagner currently leading this trade in the Super Sport racing car.
Yeah, that Acme car is doing a good job keeping in third place. Grip TV org number 2 car, their C-Spec car is a little back, trailing behind in 4th place. But these 3 cars are pulling away quite nicely. Actually, now that I look at that Acme racing team, at the very start, they were the ones that probably had the roughest start going into turn 1. They had a little bit of an off track, didn't lose any position, but boy was that a frightening ride. As it's good to see these 3 cars, which compliments to the painters, they all look different, even though they are white, so I can now tell who's who as we go through the kink once again. That Super Sport racing car, driven by Gresham Wagner, is going to be leading them all into the kink, because it does look like the Acme racing team car of Jerry Pakkanen is going to be looking to go to the outside. These rough C-Spec cars will stay in a pack, and that's going to be as they do have a little bit of a bump.
Oh!
They do bump. The Blackadder Motorsports car does get bumped and then hit right in the wheel there. That has got to be some significant damage to that wheel as he slowly comes to a crawl, that Travis Meehan piloted car.
Let's get ourselves an instant replay of that then, of the 169 BAM cars. He works himself down in towards Canada corner. You see, get a little bit of a bump, then a second one as they work themselves out of the corner. We'll get ourselves one more look at that one then. As you can see, then right along board with the Blackadder Motorsports car coming down in towards Canada corner. You'll notice there's 2 simultaneous incidents that happen. The first one's coming down into the braking zone right here now. See, there's the first hit. That drifts him around. The second one kind of hits him back into the right position, which is the ironic thing, as you see coming off the racetrack again, down on towards pit road. That second hit, ironically, did get him back in the right direction, Cam, but we know how front impacts in these roughs, that's okay. Get yourself a little bit of sidewall impact, that is when things start going horribly wrong for you.
Yeah, he hit right on the rim there, and of course, steering damages. Definitely not something that you can go around the track with, as Travis does pull that car down pit lane, as pit lane's getting a little busy here with the walking wounded here. We've got a Kia M&J Racing Team, Jonathan Morakanati, VE Racing, Sebastian Fleming, and then Travis Miller now on with that, of course, Velomax Racing Team and the Gentleman Race Club car. So pit lane starting to get piled up with a couple of wounded cars, but it's one of those things that's going to start happening when you have this many cars on track all racing at the same time. And Will, we haven't even gotten into multi-class racing yet.
Yeah, indeed so. We'll talk about that one again in a bit more detail. There you can see then your overall race leader. It's the Blackadder, number 66 car. Currently being driven by Lewis Pedley. Michael Trader is currently scored in the second place. You can see that ticker running along the top of your screen, or race along as well. So let's ride along board then for a couple of corners with that Blackadder Motorsports car driver. Got himself a 2.3 second advantage all of a sudden over Michael Trader, and that C1 class really has started to spread itself out. 2 seconds separating P1 to P2, 2 seconds from P1 to P2 to P3. Then it's 7 seconds now from P3 to P4, so they have spread out quite a bit there. Not bad so far, Cam.
No, not bad at all from these front-running GT3 cars. Louis Kugali doing a good job. Blackadder Motorsports, of course, the other car not having a good day. Haven't made that contact there, but Louis Kugali is going to be coming up on a Kia who, actually the one I've been looking at has just gone off track there, Bram Reiners, who I think just messed up the kink there. Yes, he did. He's going to have some damage. So the car that he was going to be coming up on now is quite wounded. So it will be actually the next car that Louis Kugali is going to be coming up on is his teammate, John M. King, in the Kia Blackadder Motorsports car. So it's going to be... probably should be about another 10 minutes or so before we start getting into some real lapped traffic. But these GT3 cars can tackle Road America very good. If you can look at the onboard, it's always good to see.
There you can see a replay then of the NEKP racing car as it tries to get itself back onto a racetrack. We'll get ourselves another look at that. We've had one on board of him. We'll have a look then from our normal coverage. You see, he pretty much just went straight on there, and that's one of the things about these front-wheel drive cars, is that rather than getting loose, they generally would push out a lot more, Cam. So for them, it's not going to be snap oversteer getting into the exit of the corner. It will be when they come in. It's got a nice little side-by-side battle actually right now. It's got P7 and P8. There you can see the OSR VLN C2B car currently being driven by a different award car, as he just loses a spot there to the number 39 car. This is in your C2 class, so they work themselves out of the final corner.
Yeah, they are going to be heading up that big uphill there as they do start their racing, as somebody goes slow there. Oop, that's a different part of the track there. There we go, as we do have this giant pile of cars entering turn one. These BMWs, some of these GT2 cars, these Ford GT cars, are managing to keep with these BMWs, as well as that lone Cadillac in the back there being driven by Carlos Lopez. So it's interesting to see how these three guys, when you start getting pilots of maybe standard qualities, of course the fastest guys are going to be breaking out, that it all creates similar lap times.
We've got another incident then this day. Arcadia racing car currently being driven by Lucas Cecil. He has had a moment in the first sector of the racetrack. So we're going to try and have a look, try and figure out exactly what happened to him. He's falling down our timing and scoring sheet, but not the way this driver's race would have wanted it to go. This very well could have been on the exit of turn number 1 and 2. No, he's okay from here, but that number 25 car, his front end completely was torn up, Cam.
Yeah, this is actually coming off of turn 1, heading into turn number 2. Looks into 3, excuse me, as he just goes wide, hits the grass there, and just that front end goes right into that tire barrier, and the tire barrier did nothing for him. That engine was kaput.
As we go back on board then with Stefan Roder in the OSR car. He's immediately been able to pull out a gap actually to the car behind him. He's now trying to chase down Christoph Babik, who is currently scored in the 6th position. There you can see those two drivers. They're continuing their scrap right now. As Babik, in that number 39 car, lost that position. They gained that position last lap. And these two drivers have really been fighting at it. As you can see, Babik there working himself out of Canada corner. We get a look from the rear of him then, as they work themselves down towards Bill Mitchell Bend once again, down in towards that final corner. 20 minutes of this race call complete. Cam, start of this race, we've had, well, a couple of casualties, shall we say. Most notably, we've had Daniel Bodnar, Ingo Lutz, Sebastian Fleming, all classified out of the race. You've got Jonathan Marcioni, scored on the racetrack, but scored multiple laps down. Michael Morgenstern, Theo Busnach, Yoey Start, and Michael Ube Romero, all classified as out of the race for the time being. Bramiers and Lucas Seal, even the driver we last saw, also currently sat on pit road getting under substantial repairs to the race car, all classified as out of the race. As we've got Alexander Voss on towards pit road. I don't think this is a scheduled stop, but I don't really see any damage to that car.
Well, I don't think there are any fuel restrictions, nor should there.
It's a driver change. It's an actual driver change. It's Howard Edie's getting to the car.
Well, perhaps they're... maybe they... I don't know, actually. Maybe something's going on with the driver, or they're trying to play the times, as I believe that these drivers do have to commit a certain time, so maybe filling in with the stints there. As the number 333 car is getting in a little bit of trouble there, courtesy of the watch for eyes of Hugo Louis. That is Jiri Pakkanen of the Acme Racing team, whom was fighting in that front pack, but is now off quite a bit there. No damage to the car that I can see, so it looks like he had a slip up there, and now we'll have to rework his way back up to the front. So these rough C-Spec cars still actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all in the front, as they are putting on a good show. It definitely is going to be interesting when that Z4 gets, as the actually going to go too wide for the lead into Downmore and Sweet into turn 5, seeing who's going to run wide there, as it will be the Supersport car of Gresham Wagner there, as they continue to go too wide up the corner that I call a Corvette corner, simply because of that stupid bridge there, even though it is a nameless corner, as they get very close as Grip TV Org's Mika Ashudas there, or however you pronounce that. Mika there is looking in that bright orange cars to get in a position going down the Hurry Downs into turn 8. This is a turn that we said earlier you really want to take single file, as they do. Nobody loses traction as they do head into the carousel. It's going to be interesting to see how they tackle the kink and who's going to have the draft to go down the kettle bottoms.
Yep, so work themselves. There we go, back to that action immediately, and there you can see now as we ride on board with Mika as he works himself down into the kink once again. You can see his target ahead of him, just 3 tenths of a second ahead. That is Gresham Wagner in the number 44 car. Gap behind is 3 tenths of a second. There's Patrick Roll running in the 123 car. That draft here, it doesn't look as though it's too prevalent. You are going to get a little bit of a wiggle though from 4th car in line. That was the Martini car there, currently being driven by Jiri Pakkanen. And these 4 drivers, 1, 2, 3, 4, separated by just 2 seconds on the racetrack cams. They work themselves out of Bill Mitchell Bend down towards that final corner once again.
Yeah, as far as class battles go, this is definitely the one to watch. This is the C-Spec class, the class number 3 in the list here, as they are going to go too wide once again. These guys are absolutely pouring it on here in the early sections here, only 21 minutes into the race, as the pass will be completed by the turn number 1 there. So, well, the draft on the kettle bottoms didn't work. Going up that long hill and that huge Road America straight is going to work no matter what car you're in, I guess.
Yeah, we'll get ourselves a replay of that then from our aerial coverage. They work themselves up the hill, past the start-finish line. There you can see that number 40 car getting that momentum in the Grip TV car as he gets himself into first place. Instead, that is Mika Ashudas there in the IE Motorsports car, and he's getting that pass complete there over Gresham Wagner in the Supersport Racing car. Yes, Cam.
And Will, Mika there is going into P number 2 there, as Pierre Pakkanen will go into P3 as Gresham Wagner is not having the lap he wants to have, is going into turn number 5. He was pushed wide there by that grip. By that, which car is it? That orange one?
That's the orange one, the number...
Yep, Patrick Rawl, 123. That is the Bonsai Motorsport rough. Bonsai Motorsport, keeping in true with the name, dived down into turn number 5 there, pushed the Super Sport Racing car wide as GripTV.org car is off. Mika is off in the... which turn is that? The end of turn number 8.
Yep, so we'll stick with this replay for just one more moment then to show you the number 40 car on the IE Motorsports car, currently being driven by Mika Ishiris, as it's all been changing here in that C3 battle. There has now been, get this, a total of 3 leaders in one lap. As you can see there, the 40 car coming down into the corner, getting himself into a huge tail slide, but was able to get away without hitting those huge, harsh concrete barriers that line the outside of that racetrack. What a great scrap though we've got going on in this class for the time being. A little bit further up the field, a little bit of two-wide racing as the Warrior Land car battles it out there with Austin Oya as they work themselves out of turn 6, now down into the hurry down section. Warrior Land getting himself up one position with Henry Gott behind the wheel as the 555 car of Augustin Oya works himself now down in 5th place in class. It's all going on all of a sudden. Sometimes in these races, your first hour is kind of calm and clean. It's been anything but that one today here, Cam.
Everybody's absolutely pushing for positions, which is great to see for us, by the way. As we said earlier, I can't do the whole race, so they might as well get it done while I'm here, I suppose.
There's a little bit of contact there, sorry. I just noted it on my screen. The 2 cars, the 888 car and the 44 machine, making contact down on the exit of 1. There's a bit of a wiggle from the 44 car. The 44 car is going to go off the racetrack. And there you can see there's just a little bit of damage there to the left-hand side. They'll see it there on our shot. We'll get ourselves another look at that one. But that was on the exit of turn number 1, Cam. Just a little bit of a wiggle, causing some damage. And then that's when I'll really hurt him. And again, sidle damage in these cars. As there's the hit right there. Side damage in these cars really do hurt them.
Yes, front end damage, not so much. Side end damage, quite a lot, and especially rear damage. As I am looking through these cars, the number 75 car of Ralph Lowatsky, as we can see the whole coloration of damage here. The rear end of that car, which has a beautiful hood, by the way, is caved in. And that's very dangerous because that's where the engine is. You never want to see your engine caved in. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that number 75 monster car to see how they do and if they lose an engine.
Well, yeah, that could be critically important in this race. Actually, we'll get a look on board with Jesper Groeneweg, and you can see as the cars work themselves down in towards Canada corner once again. We might even get our magical pen out to try and show this one to you in one moment. As you see the cars come down in towards Canada once again, working themselves behind the trees, and they can see the number 81 car, and just ahead of him on the racetrack you can see the driver who we're all thinking about right now. That is Ralph Lowatsky. As you can see just the damage to the rear of that car. You might be able to see it actually as they work themselves down into that final corner, and there you can see, right, that didn't work at all, but there you can see the damage to his car for the time being as he works himself back up the hill again. I have to pay close attention then to the monster machine as he continues his journey along the racetrack. So as it stands in class, it does look as though that your C1 battle is looking very strong right now, as Blackadder car has been able to get himself up now a 10.5 second advantage to Michael Taylor. Taylor has now got TNT Racing right behind him, just 3/10 of a second as they work themselves through traffic. This is a great scrap for P2 that just kicked off in the C1 class, Cam.
Yes, these 2 BMWs, they are neck and neck there. Obviously, somebody's had a mistake, as I believe the Mikester Motorsport there ended up losing 5 seconds off the rear end of Blackadder, and now that TNT Racing car is right on top of them. So obviously something has gone wrong as they have entered traffic here. They are passing Kias. As we can see the speed difference between these Kias, I wasn't quite sure how it would look.
I'm going to interrupt you because here comes that TNT car down to the inside. There's a wiggle to the 223 car. So he has lost a position there as Michael Trader. We'll get ourselves another look at that one. We just saw the wiggle as we cut away from an onboard shot. So we'll get ourselves another look at that one. And that
He's actually coming back. The straight was so long. There's a rough C-Spec car as they go 3 wide into turn number 5 there. As the rough car will get out of the way, that TNT Racing car will follow right behind as these guys are trading back and forth, and they do reset. So TNT Racing did have the position, but only for just.
Yeah, as we get ourselves a look at that one, then as you can see as they work themselves down in towards turn 5, and you can see that them both having to thread the needle as they work themselves past at number 12, Roof Machine, but indeed it was Trader who got himself back ahead there of Williams, despite making a mistake down onto run into turn 2, able to utilize that draft to his advantage. Let's go very quickly and have a look at a quick battle we've got going on. This is in your C2 class from the OSR VLN C2B car of Stefan Walder, and he's just got himself past there. Christopher Baggett to move him up into P6 in his respective class. And just having a look, we've got Babic now actually just starting to fall down into the clutches of the driver just behind him. But we go back to side-by-side racing. This is now the battle for the second place. We're having a look there, the 1, 2, 3 and the 888 car going side by side, and just ahead of him is your race leader. There you can see him, Patrick Hall. Patrick Hall working himself, and he's got himself back into position there. What a great scrap this is for P1, P2 now in your C3 class, and they have been able to pull away by a couple of a tenth of a second there, Cam. As we'll actually get the graphic up on your screen. From P2 to P3 is now 2.3 seconds. P3 to P4, 0.4 of a second. P4 to P5 is again about half a second. The craziness of the last couple of laps has really started to take its toll on these drivers.
I believe it has, and also looking back to third as Mika there, followed by that Ralph Lorno car and Jasper Gordonwig. I think these guys are starting to fight so hard they're letting Patrick Roll and Jari Pakkanen in that Acme Racing car to get away through these corners here. It's a lot of that concerned mirror glazing, and these guys are doing a very good job. They're fighting very well so far, but you can tell it's a lot of worried braking going into corners as you're not just sure when somebody's going to brake.
Yeah, so you can see your front 2 drivers in that class, and they can see the rest of that pack as is in the 3rd place, sorry, 4th place even, is that number 75 car, the Sim Racing X car of Ralph Lewinitsky, who currently sits in his position as they work themselves through the kink once again. Just over half an hour's worth of racing then scored complete, ladies and gentlemen, in this second round of the VLN-series on RaceSpotTV. We'll step aside for just one moment. We'll be back. Pit stops and more craziness will be coming soon after this.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble is in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RaceSpotTV for the second round of the Spirit of VLN-series here. Just getting ourselves a replay. Cam, this was exactly what we meant with the differences between car classes and how this race is going to be so crazy in some ways. Look at the manner by which Kigali got a run on that 75 car through the kink here at Road America. So then you can see Kigali stay with our replay. That was just insane. You can see also there, Cam, as he worked himself into Bill Mitchell Bend, 2 wheels off of the racetrack, and we know how easy it is to lose the car there at that particular point. And an absolutely crazy moment there for Kigali. As we'll go back to our live coverage. Now got himself a 12-second advantage over Williams, who has, by the way, taken back that second place. We're now looking on board of him, doing exactly the same thing, Cam, working himself around that lap traffic at the most difficult point on this racetrack. So he works himself now down in towards the king on the outside, almost 2 wheels on the grass, and somehow he keeps it on track there as he works himself past this insane roof battle we've got going on.
Yes, it is battles upon battles as these roof cars are not letting these BMWs go by with ease. I was watching on board with Louis Kigali. He was having a massive time making it through the top end of traffic of roof cars as both the TNT Racing car and Micro 223 Motorsports car both make it through. As I believe our C1 leader, Louis Kigali, has now cleared the leaders of the roof class, Jari Pakkanen and Patrick Rawl, as they go side by side into turn 1, actually. If you could focus there, the Acme Racing team and Banzai Motorsport Rough.
Now? Of course I always focus.
And the good stuff indeed. Hey, well, there's a lot of good stuff going on all the way around the track. You can go on board with probably a dozen different drivers and get hair-raising moments all the way around as Jari Pakkanen does get past, at least for now. I have a feeling these guys are trading back and forth with the draft going up the Road America straight there, as Jari Pakkanen, who's had quite a few moments there already, is now back up in front of the C-Spec class racing, as and now looks like Louis Kigali there now doesn't have traffic to worry about for some time until he hits the Cadillac and Ford GT traffic, which I just don't see him doing sometime soon.
Yeah, we have got another good little scrap going off of P4 or P5. There's a little bit of Cadillac traffic involved in this one as well. In the C3 classes, i.e. Motorsports, with Torque Racing, Jasper Groenweg, and there you can see how fast the Cadillac drives the number 31 car. He's trying to find a way past, but this is another amazing little scrap we've got going on here. These C3 class do seem to be the joy of the field here today, and it's a track that you talk about. It's just so made for GT racing in so many ways. The stop-start nature of it, I think, really also helps for overtaking it at some point. But then you come through the King, as we see right about now, as we're having a look from the rear then of Mika Isles, as that number 31 car is going to find a way past. And they're going to be too wide, too deep, so they work themselves down into Canada corner once again there, Cam.
Yes, and indeed now the position 2 and position 3 BMW cars come by as they have a massive punt. 5 cars taking one corner at the same time can never end well, but they managed to make it work as that Cadillac car now has 2 very busy GT3 cars right behind them. One's going to look to the inside on the final corner here, and the other one's going to maybe make a dive in. No, he thinks better of it there as that Cadillac gets a better leap off. These Cadillacs are near a GT3 spec, so they should be in the vicinity of. But as it actually looks like that Cadillac has a much higher top end than that BMW, which is not surprising. Of course, Corvette powering that Cadillac, as he will sit in front of those BMWs, but those BMWs are going to close right up to these next couple of corners and pass right by. This multi-class racing is a very, very dirty feel here. You've got different cars that are speeding in different areas, and of course everybody's racing everybody, so it's hard to get through, as you can see with these roof cars not giving any way at all to these Cadillac and other cars at all, which makes for quite heart-pounding entertainment, I suppose.
Oh, it's insane. As you can see that battle with the number 19 car there, and battling with, well, that is the number 41 car, Misha Mulya, as we go on board then with the JCL Sim Racing car, currently being driven by Alan T. So, of course, 40 minutes into this race, in the next 15 minutes, Cam, next race that comes out of our mouths is pit stops. pit strategy here, we did talk about it a little bit. You've got to be careful, because you can't try and push to do that extra lap as what you might be able to do at certain tracks, because pit road is uphill here. You get it wrong as the number 31 car goes off there.
Yeah, that's a whoopsie doodle. That's the corner that I've been repeating once again, and it will take you out, but he was out of control of that car even before he got to that corner. Pushing a little wide there. It's a corner that can really sneak up on you. You can feel like you're losing time as he loses the car again, and he actually maybe not doesn't hit the Armco barrier through the carousel. He actually lost the car on the carousel. That Cadillac putting a lot of power to those rear wheels. Got a little trigger happy. Jari Stark there in the main PC backup team car. But doing a very good job keeping it off the wall, and he will continue once again, Will.
And when he came down into the corner just before the carousel, he caught the white line coming in as he tried to get that car broken down. You got two wheels on the grass and the braking cam, what happens?
Fun times for the commentary team.
Oh, yeah, simple answer. Generally, you're going to spin, something's going to happen to you, but that number 31 car, he will carry on for the time being, so no further issue for him as he continues along the racetrack once again. But to go back to pit stops then, pit stops, this first sequence of pit stops is going to be very interesting. Some people might do a driver swap, other people may not do a driver swap, and I think it'll be fascinating to see how many of these teams will, try and be risky at this racetrack, because if you are too risky, roll up the hill, roll back down the hill again, and that will, those 2 minutes, we do see it in endurance racing, with the times allocated to drivers to ride along board with Alan Taser threading the needle there. You've got to be careful, because 2 minutes is a world of difference in endurance racing when it comes down to team quotas.
Yes, it does. Now, this is a 4-hour race, but these guys have been treating it like a sprint for the last 40, which is very good for us in the commentary booth. These Cadillacs are getting very racy with these GT3 cars. Now, Alan Sierra, as we said, in that GCI Sim Racing VLN Cadillac, we're splitting the P2 and P3 overall cars of TNT Racing and Mikester 223 Motorsports. So it's interesting to see how these cars are doing, and of course we can't forget there's also the Ford GT2 cars on track, the Class 0 cars as they're called. Their fastest one right now is in position number 6, about 26 seconds off of the back of the Blackadder Motorsports car, the AA Motorsports car of Andre Lacroix, and he's trying to get through some traffic as well. So 5 classes of cars here on track is producing a very good show for us here. As actually, we're going to keep with them as that rough car are fighting for position in front of that Ford GT car, that bright blue Ford GT. That is Mika Eschnes and Ralph Lorensky there, that monster car that had that rear end damage. Ralph is going to get pushed a little wide as a Cadillac decides to make it interesting coming through the final corners here. Now, this is a very tricky section here. You do not want to really get on the power too much, or else you're going to be pushing wide and skim across and hit the outside wall. Nobody does as they finish up the final corner here at Road America, going up that huge hill, and all the classes' power should come into effect, and everyone should hopefully be good by turn one.
Just disappear on that front stretch. It just puts that power down like nothing else I really see. It's a little bit of a barbecue on pit road, by the way. We'll try and figure out whom that one is. But that C0 class in a straight line, it's just amazing. And the gap right now between P1 and it's saying it's 6 tenths of a second, which I'm not quite sure is correct. So we'll come back to that one. So we can see actually, this is driver of Patrice Languette, who's actually in your C2 class, who's not with your C0 racing list. We've got a lot of inter-class battles that are going on here. Here's another one of them. As we ride on board with another one of the 4 GT, it's Phoenix Motorsports' Richard Holiday, who of course we see quite often in Neo Endurance action. He's running, I'm just trying to do the math in my head right now, he is about 20 seconds behind the C0 race leader Cam as they work themselves down towards 5 once again.
Yeah, not quite sure how such a gap was built there. Phoenix Motorsports very good, as we did just see him last weekend, as he's 47 seconds off of our front-running Blackadder Motorsports car. That's good to see one of the regulars in the Ford GT on the track here today. Now, of course, the Ford GT, that massive amounts of power to go down a straight line, meant to go down the Mulsanne, ripping it apart there. sure we will never have time to talk about such things, but the Ford GT program is once again getting its feet under it, as we've just heard in recent news. 2016-2017 Ford looking to make a comeback with the Ford GT
How wide is the car
platform.
going to be?
Huh?
How wide is the car going to be?
46 inches, sure.
So wait,
don't-
it was
I don't
40
know.
inches, then 44 inches.
Sure, I have no idea what they're
going
going to do with it.
48.
There you go. There you go. We'll have the GT48. It'll be great. Then it'll really throw us off. So it'll be interesting to see Ford GT back at Le Mans, as and they are looking for that GTE program, as they're called now, or GT Le Mans, or whatever vernacular you would like to use. Of course, that whole thing is up in the air, but that's a topic for another day. So it's just interesting to see how the Ford GT continues to come back. They thought about the Ford Mustang, and they went, no, we need the Ford GT.
As we look back then at the roof class, and this is spread out a little bit all of a sudden, and that comes down in no short part to the amount of traffic we have running in the rear of the sim racing Eka car of Ralph Lewinitsky. He's got Talk Freak Racing's Jesper Groeneweg again, still right behind him, and Groeneweg in that TFR car, I've seen him in action quite a number of times, and he does like to just sit there, wait for things to unfold. 45 minutes into this race now, Cam, getting close to our first round of pit stops, and that TFR car, of all of them in the top 5 in that roof class, has been the one to do the least passing.
Well, sometimes it's good to just stay in touch. Jasper Groeneweg, who I believe is the individual who makes pretty much every single forum topic on the weekly races for a plethora of classes. So Jasper, thank you very much for doing that. I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. It's just one of those things, if you keep in touch, well, you never know what happens. These guys are getting very racy very early on. Perhaps he's one of the only roof cars that are thinking about this is a 4-hour race, not a 45-minute race.
As TFR then works himself in 5th place, and there you can see fastest lap of the day, a 2:14.5 and a 2:15.6 is his last tour around this racetrack. That is something else that we should talk about as a bit closer to pit stops here. The undercut. Because you can get the undercut, a bit like in Grand Prix racing, but for different reasons. As you work yourself onto pit road, out of pit road. If you come onto pit road 1-2 laps earlier, yes, in that final stop you're going to take more fuel, but the first 2 laps you can potentially have much fresher tyres, which can gain yourself about, well, in some cases 2, maybe 3 seconds. In this C3 class, that could be huge.
Yeah, I'd have to say, I think we've seen a very prevalent thing. Of course, you, Will, and myself, we've been doing quite a bit of this endurance racing shindig. I don't know why. Maybe perhaps RaceSpot is your home for endurance racing. And we've noticed here that it used to be fuel, fuel, fuel. If you can be good on fuel, you can be good on positions. Now, it's starting to get to that point where it is now better to come and get those fresher tires, as 47 minutes of hard racing. We've seen quite a lot of hard racing, wildly going into corners, jamming on the brakes. These tires are going to be quite clad out, as these GT cars do use the entirety of their tires in an hour, as we all are pretty familiar with. So it's definitely all about the tires for now. So it should be interesting to see how these lap times all change, as I'm actually looking at the laps right now for David A. Williams. While he just did close to his fastest lap time, he hasn't lost much time at all. Between the tires, he's just doing a good job on those tires, I suppose.
Yeah, David Williams, you can see him there. His last lap is a 2:07.772. Fastest lap, a 2:07.031. I want to go back though to what we were just showing you on your screen, and this is the battle for the C2 class lead right now, with Alan Tizio currently leading away in the JCL sim racing car, with Mitchell Muller 1.9 seconds behind him. We're going to ride a lap on board then with the JCL sim racing car as we get close to 50 minutes scored complete in today's event. And Cam, we'll go through each of the 5 classes at some point. We're for some reason going to start with the C2 class. I don't know why, it just seems to be the most entertaining. But you talk about these Cadillacs, they're almost as fast as your race leading class, the C1 class, but they just lose out a little bit in the corners. Yes, they are as fast as, perhaps even faster, with that GM powered engine underneath it, but in the corners, you'll notice just how they have to be a little bit more cautious getting onto the gas, and a little bit more cautious getting off of the gas. Onto the gas, off the gas, that's what I meant.
Yes, entry and exit. The entry almost similar between these Cadillacs as we are on board. You can just hear that lovely Corvette engine propelling this Cadillac through, and of course Cadillacs are the GT3 format, or the GT format of choice for GM. The Corvette is always going to be their premier, as Cadillac is making that ATS car for GT3. Now this is pretty similar to GT3 class, but there are inherent changes, and what balance of performance is the word I'm looking for. So these Cadillacs do have issues getting the power down. Not a lot of electronics that are similar, not a lot of suspension base that's similar, but ultimately it's still a very exciting package, as he's absolutely taken the carousel, and you'll see him get right on the power. He'll be able to keep up with that that BMW, but he'll have to brake for the kink, which is one of those things that allows that BMW to push away. Now, it's just interesting to see how these different cars are managing to do similar lap times, even though they take these corners completely differently.
Give you an update, by the way. We'll run through your pit stop times in just 1 moment's time, but we have had a couple of people in your C0 class making their first pit stop of the day. In fact, your entire field, but one driver has done that. We'll just complete our lap then with Tesla. They can see his sector time, 37.2, sector 1, 50.7 for sector 2, and in fact Tesla's going to come on towards pit road this time by, so perfect timing to get away from him. As you can also see there, Lazard coming himself out of pit road right now, 35.2 second stop for him. You've also had yourself, I believe, also, yeah, there we can see Richard Holiday, 34.3 second stop for him. Alexander Lefroy doing himself a 30.1 second stop. Only driver in class not yet to pit. Well, that is this driver you can see right here, the number 3 car of Kevin Homer, who's now gone a lap longer, as you've now got Miller on towards pit road, as you can see him and Tesla on towards pit road as well. So we'll keep an eye out on these two drivers' pit stops. As you can see, Muller going to get himself replacement of tyres, get himself some fuel to get himself for another 50 or so minutes. And of course, first stint here, Cam, the important part of that is, so you've got a long pit, you've got a full pace lap here. That's about half a lap of fuel, if not a little bit more at a long track like this.
Yeah, that it is, and now it's going to be good to see here. It's actually kind of freaking me out here. We've got 51 minutes of racing and everyone's had to come into pits. We've got 4 hours of racing, so I'm going to have to put my crew chief cap on here and start thinking, how the heck are we going to manage this fuel? Because you've got to come up with about 25 minutes, 30 minutes of fuel.
Or make another stop, and of course we did see that this past Sunday. So you can see that pit stop time as Gerard gets into the 19 car, and see that out and away. But Muller, 55.9 second stop for him, as we've now also had a pit stop. Mark Warmington in the number 8 flag racing car, as we have a little bit of a look on board of him as he works himself, just getting passed there by one of the C1 classes, and the C2 driver now down into 8th place in class. Right, yeah, you're right. Remember this one back from Neo just 1 week ago. Very similar type of racetrack circuit of the America, with long straightaways and sweeping corners here and there. The thing about it, what we found out, was that it's generally very close between a fuel save strategy and also the push like hell strategy. I do think at a track like this, you would always want to do the push strategy. I mean, you're going to have to find yourselves about 7 minutes on each of the pit stops if you're in the C2, the C0 class. I don't think that's doable. These C1 classes, and here you can see your C1 race leader, I think that they can stretch their field out, so it's only going to be 3 pit stops for them. Of course, they need to hit it to the hour mark here. If they can hit the hour mark here, they are pretty much safe to go for the entire race on it just being a 3-stop strategy, taking in mind that they are going to have themselves that additional half a lap that would have to have done at the start of the race. The only thing they're going to have to make sure they do is bank a lap for the end, just in case.
Yeah, that's one of those things. Putting on that cap, putting on that headset, I haven't done it quite some time, as we are in the winter months here, but somebody has got to be crunching the fuel numbers. Now, of course, these pilots are very good at what they do. It's important to also develop those skills, not just in setup making. You've got some drivers who are good setup makers. You need to have some drivers that are good on calculating these fuel runs. As these BMWs, I don't think they're the thirstiest of the GT3 cars. I think the thirstiest GT3 car is that McLaren Turbo, actually. Well, actually, now I wonder if it's that Ford GT3 that they just released. But either way, you have the BMW, not quite as thirsty as Louis Kugali there is having issues trying to get through some lap traffic there, but he makes it through as he's starting to close once again on the Kia traffic. But it'll be good to see when he comes in. This is going to be about 55 minutes. So it should be interesting to see if he comes in this time by Louis Kugali in the overall position 1. As no, he will head around one more time.
Yeah, we've had ourselves some of the C3 class making pit stops as well. A driver change or two as well. As you can see, Suzuka Racing, Colin Brown now behind the wheel as he comes back out onto the racetrack. So things all up in the air at the moment. As you can see, also we have got ourselves a driver from the C1 class on towards pit road. That is the OSR car, so they can't do it. Or sorry, they might need to be a little bit more careful later on. Your top 3 drivers have now done 57 minutes worth of racing. And the reason why we're focusing on this first stop so much, Cam, it sets a tone for the race, because if you're someone like Williams or Trader, they've been pretty close in most of this race, and you know that your competition is a lap short in their first stint. What do? You make them push harder on their second, on their third stint. Try and get them to have to play a different strategy game. Make that extra stop, because that way, actually, you're going to get the position overall. Endurance racing is as much a thinking game as anything else. We've got Patrice Languette now on towards pit road.
Yeah, as they are starting to come in one by one here. It's just interesting to see these top 3, as we do have the C2 leader pitting. That is the Monster Energy Endurance of Joel Demoncure.
Yeah, he's just gotten into the car now, so Patrice Languette was in it, and Joel has now made himself into that C2 number 46 car. So he will be running the second stint here today. As you can see, they continue the service. You've also got Ruben Cabela Moran getting into the treble 5 car, out and away in 36.7 seconds then for that 46 car as he completes his service. And there you can see Caddy Holics there with Ruben Cabela got the front end of his machine. We've also had ourselves a driver change there as Jan Piep Weed gets himself into the 994 OSR VLN car as he works himself back out into the racetrack in about 15 seconds time. So your C2 drivers have made pit stops. Your C0 drivers have definitely all made pit stops now. As you can see, Cabela Moran is going to come back out into the racetrack in 51.1 seconds. So he has made himself a stop, and there you can see then Jan-Philippe Webb, 35.1 seconds back out and away onto racetrack. That number 75 car right behind him as well. And I do want to very quickly have a look at that 75 car, see if that damage has gone on that machine. There you can see, it does look as though they have been able to repair some of that damage. The Sim Racing Eki car, oh no, he's not. He's still got the rear damage to that car. So they weren't able to repair that rear bodywork damage, and that could well be critical. We've still 3 hours of this race to go.
Yeah, and we've determined that that engine is not going to grenade itself, which is always a good thing to see. I think at this point now, if it was going to grenade, it would grenade. As Louis Kugali is still out, he is making his way through the traffic. He just completed yet another lap. So that's a full hour, plus the pace lap. Just about done, which is good on him, but also these Kia cars, not thirsty at all. So it'll be interesting to see when they start coming in for the pits, as these guys are still relatively close together. The TNT Racing car is about 8 seconds off, as the first of the C1 cars is in that is up front. That is the Mikester 223 Motorsports ducking in. Jake Moore, Jake Moore getting into the number 223 car. So the first of our trio of leaders has come into the pits, and is that going to be telling? Will TNT and Black Motorsport pit this time by? I can't see how they can.
Well, it could be interesting because they're going to hit the hour mark in just 1 moment's time. 56.1 second stop there for the Mike's 223 car as it comes back out onto the racetrack. So 56.1 second stop. We'll bear that in mind as they can see Kugali working himself now out of Bill Mitchell Bend. We ride along board of him as he comes down into the final corner here. Blackadder number 66 car, will he dive on towards pit road this time by 1 hour of this race is scored complete, and right on cue, here comes Kugali on towards pit road. Now that is, in my opinion, enough, because pace lap, remember the pace lap, remember how hard Kugali pushed there. I think that he's done enough, and I'm just keeping an eye out on Williams to see whether or not he's going to come on towards pit road this time by as well, and yes he does. So P1 and 2 coming in exactly at the 1 hour mark of this event. As far as they're concerned, well, they might actually be able to have a little bit more fuel if needs be, but it looks as though they are playing it very safe, pit every hour.
Yeah, and that should be good to the finish. Of course, these cars that are pitting in at 45 minutes and respectively at 45 to 50 minutes, they're going to be having to do a lot of work. Either just acknowledge you're going to do a pit stop as the Blackadder Motorsports car. One driver gets out, one driver gets in. Patrick Runald will get into the car of the number 66 C1 class leading car, and they did the same thing for...
Yeah, Williams is out of the car. Benjamin Lindsay's getting into that one.
Yep, so both driver swaps. Now it's going to be very interesting. Benjamin Lindsay, a pro black stripe piloted car there. Benjamin Lindsay, one of our iRacing.com pros, against Patrick Runald. Going to be interesting to see how their speeds go as the RC UK car is actually getting out ahead of them.
Well, yeah, well, let's have a look, actually, as it makes a shorter pit stop. The reason for that is, I'll come back to this in a moment, it's a much longer pit stop for these BMWs. You can see, actually, Blackadder will lead that car out of pit road, but Benjamin Lindsay was 13 seconds quicker on his pit stop compared to the Blackadder car, now driven by Wilner. There you can see Benjamin Lindsay, as we go along board with him, he's able to close that gap up completely. We do have a new overall leader in today's race, as we'll just have a look back there. You can see a gap of 2.2 seconds for the time being between TNT Racing and the car ahead of him. But this is your race leader for the time being. It is the number 19 car, the JCL Sim Racing C2 machine. Reason for him being in the overall race lead, well, look at his pit time, 37 seconds. That was 6 seconds faster than Benjamin Lindsay, and a whopping 20 seconds faster than that number 66 car, and that is why he is scored as your overall race leader for the time being, Cam.
Jeepers, that's enough numbers to blow somebody's head off. Yeah, so Jean-Christophe Goddard is now up front there. Right behind is Patrick Renault and Benjamin Lindsay. I can't see just as the Cadillac is exiting the carousel. The two BMWs are entering. I can't see him keeping that lead for long, even though the Cadillac has similar speed down the straights. It's just one of those things where these different cars are doing different things, and it's very exciting to see how these guys are playing along. Is that AA Motorsports car is now actually coming to the picture. That Ford GT now all up to 4th position overall, which I believe is going to reset when they all come through the laps.
Well, yeah, and there's also another point to mention there in that the number 20 car, of course, 30-second pit stop. That's why he's been able to move himself up a bit. However, the issue is, of course, is we know that they got to make an additional pit stop towards the, well, compared to the other drivers throughout the course of today's event. So then, we have now hit the 1 hour mark, and that means that, well, you're going to say something.
I am? Sure, we're an hour into this race. I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
You sounded as if you were going to interrupt me and say something. If you're not, that's okay, I'm going to move on.
Oh, no, I remember what I was going to say now. Okay, now, we had such a different time between the Blackadder Motorsports car and the TNT Racing car. Did TNT take tires?
TNT, well, they did a 43-second stop, so it looks as though that they might have been able to take tyres. As you can see there, the gap between those two drivers is 4 seconds on the racetrack right now. Here you can see Renault, and there you can see Lindsay. And of course, all the people who know that Lindsay is a pro driver, of course, you can see the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing here on RaceSpotTV. Coverage of that returns in just 2 weeks' time. what you will know is the fact that he's a pro driver. Of course, that means that he's a pro driver in open wheel racing, not in GT racing. And as we head into hour 2, Cam, I think that's going to be a very interesting point to dwell on a little bit.
It is, and of course this is a great time to hop on that platform and say, well, why don't we have a Pro Series of GT racing, or at least something like a Premier Series, I don't know. So anyways, it's going to be good to see, of course, that TNT racing car in the BMW moving through as somebody's kicked up a ton of dirt going through the carousel. So it's he hasn't managed to, I don't believe, the Blackadder car has not been able to catch up to that GCI Adder Motorsports car, though. So it's interesting to see how these guys are going through. That Cadillac is able to at least fend off that BMW for right now.
Yeah, we'll get the lap times next time they come past the start-finish line. Here you can see Goddard then, as he works himself out the final corner, working himself up the hill. Complete another lap. Ironically, it's their 29th lap here today, and it will be the second lap that they have led today, as they will be able to see he works himself past the start-finish line, a 2:08.669. Just waiting then to get Renaud's lap time as he works himself past the straight. It's a 2:07.2, so 1.4 seconds faster than Lindsay, however, a 2:09.4, very slow lap there by Benjamin Lindsay. Maybe he did have a little bit of traffic to get through, but we'll have a look and we'll get back to you on that one. Lindsay lost himself 2 seconds that previous lap. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to step aside and take ourselves a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. You are watching RaceSpotTV. Stick with us.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the front. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. This will be the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start-finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As the 11,
here we go.
The 11, the 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big choke.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our second hour of coverage here on RaceSpotTV from glorious Road America. Don't forget, tomorrow here on RaceSpotTV, we have got ourselves, for the first time in 16 Street Racing League history, a 500-mile Indianapolis race. Coverage of that will start tomorrow from 7:30 p.m. Join myself, Will Vincent and Aaron Likens as we bring you coverage of the 16 Street Racing League Indianapolis 500. That will be tomorrow, here only on RaceSpotTV. In the interim, we've had ourselves a very good first hour. Now we'd like to welcome in Dan Blake for the second hour of our coverage. We've got Goddard still leading the way overall, but he is being caught right now by Runard. Lindsay is falling back, and Dan, got ourselves an interesting battle overall. A couple of people coming to make a second stop as, oh, actually take that back, Stefan Glutzel just losing his car on the racetrack. We'll get ourselves a replay of that one, but an interesting battle going on out front here, Dan.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening, wherever people are, and welcome to Comic Spots. But good battle between the car of just John Christoph Goddard and that Blackadder number 66. The BMW is closing up a bit quickly, about a second a lap, but what they got to remember is the BMW has got to try and get past and make a gap as quick as possible, because that Cadillac does have the faster pit stops, and that could be something which will be very interesting to see as we come towards the end of the race. That could be a very key battle.
Yeah, the interesting thing will come, Cam. We don't know. We think, actually, that these Cadillacs are going to have to make another pit stop compared to BMWs. Their pit stops are so much quicker. Yes, they're still on the racetrack. It could be a lot closer than people are thinking here. As you can see the gap between your C1 driver of JCL Sim Racing. It's actually C2 driver of JCL Sim Racing. It's actually a C1 driver there. Patrick Bruno, 2.8 seconds back right now. There you can see Goddard. A lot of traffic has worked himself onto the straightaway, right on board of him. And actually, that is how you get past a BMW. That is just how fast these caddies are in a straight line.
These Cadillacs absolutely power and punching a hole through the air there. As he goes through, makes another lap, a 2:08.842, followed by Patrick Renault at 2:07.9. So almost a second between the two. Now that could be traffic instilled, as well as it's having these Cadillacs having a shorter pit time, but possibly coming in and having to come in earlier gives me an aneurysm when it's numbers that tightly. As it's just going to be one of those things that we might just have to watch, where you try and figure these things out instead of just watch the product. I will too be at the Indianapolis 500 tomorrow on RaceSpotTV. Thanks for mentioning me.
That's okay.
That's alright, I'm not important at all. The JCI Sim Racing VLN Cadillac. Now starting to come up on some of these Kia cars. That is Paul Smith for the R Souls team coming on. You can just see the difference in speed between the Cadillac and the Kia. Now these two do race on track together in the iRacing.com official series. It's called the Global Challenge Series, or whatever name they call it these days, but that Cadillac getting past with no problem at all on the outside through the carousel and heading up in through the kink.
Yeah, and this is of course a bit of the racetrack where the Cadillac will be slower compared to the BMW, which is hunting him down right now, which of course is Renault. However, Renault did lose out a little bit there. There you can see him having to work himself past traffic as they work themselves down in towards Canada corner once again. Now, the important thing for Renault is, Dan, as soon as he gets up behind the rear of Goddard, he's got to get past quickly. If he gets held up for even 3 laps, that will put Lindsay back into play here, because last time by, Lindsay was just 2/1000ths of a second slower than
Goddard spun and a crash for the leader. That's a big mistake. He caught the last corner, caught the grass. Another car's hit him, but unfortunately that battle's sorted, I think, now.
Well, yeah, let's get ourselves a replay of this one then. So from the race lead, the JCL Sim Racing car of Goddard, this is down at the final corner on the racetrack. And here you can see then into Bill Mitchell-Benn. He's got the number 21 car ahead of him. Do the two make contact into the corner? We'll find out as we get the replay up. Down to the inside he goes, and he doesn't make contact. Does he lose it on the exit of the corner? Yes, he does. Loops it around and caught that grass on the inside. Loops it around. Crashes into the number 21 car. We'll get ourselves another look on board of him. But again, Cam, that grass at the exit of Road America, when will people learn how slippery it is?
It's not only very slippery, that Cadillac is pumping all horses of that V8 engine onto the dirt. As one tire completely off puts revolution is you need to get your power down to make it up that long straight, especially when you're being hunted down. He just put the power down, and unfortunately, very unfortunate for that Kia, that's the JCL Sim Racing VLN Kia of Sylvian Pomerade. They're just an innocent victim in its entirety, as he picks up tons of front damage and wheel damage, actually.
Well, we just saw it there on our screen. The reason why this entire moment started was because he hit the inside on the exit of Bill Mitchell Bend, hit that grass, which then upset his line down into that final corner, Cam. So there you can see, as we have a look now high above from our aerial coverage, as we have a look here, that's going to be a very long pit stop. His race is done from the overall race lead, but that all started when he tried to get himself past that Cadillac, sorry, past the Kia, on the outside Bill Mitchell Bend. Then he got that car onto the grass as he started his de-acceleration to the final corner, which then pushed him wide on the exit of the final corner. So, I mean, this is one section of the racetrack. Bill Mitchell Bend down into that final corner with the change in tarmac, and also how it narrows up into that final corner as well, that people always take for granted. But if you mess up the entry, you can very easily also mess up the exit, and that exit is designed to catch you out.
That's just a huge change in balance now, as now Patrick Renault will never be able to, we'll never get to see whether or not the Cadillac will have anything for the BMW between the pit stops, the tires, and the time here at the VLN race at Road America, of course 4 hours here, as Patrick Renault will now take the lead over Benjamin Lindsay from TNTRacing.com, about 7.4 seconds between the two, and not much between the lap times. Now the Mikester 223 in third in that BMW, well, I guess we'll just have to settle it out with that, as I will have to make my exit. I'll leave when we're at the most dramatic point. How about that?
Okay, only if you leave cookies.
No, I ate all the cookies. I'm sorry. I had cookies and then I ate them. At least we didn't have popcorn, and I didn't make them, so they didn't get burned. So mission accomplished.
Well, yeah, we're just going to very quickly have a look then at that C0 car, number 20 machine. But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow on RaceSpotTV, join myself, Will Vincent, Aaron Likens, and Cam Wolf for the 16 Sheet Racing League Indianapolis 500, exclusively live here only on RaceSpotTV. You may go.
Alright, thank you. Alright guys, we'll see you. It's been fun.
Bye. There you can see though, the C0 car is actually not far behind this driver, which is Michael Mulia, who is in the C2 class. And this is the thing, Dan, is that there's not much separation between drivers. And one of the things that I think is going to be very interesting late on in this race, it's going to be when the C1 class is going to have to try and work itself past some of these C2 and C0 drivers who are a little bit slower, because I'm having a look through the field, there is some pretty close packs of them on the way track right now.
And also something worth noting is that number 41 Cadillac of main PC Sim Racing, out of the top 4 cars, actually had the fastest lap with a 208.9. So we're talking before about Cadillacs battling with BMW, and we could just have another one coming very soon, because that Cadillac is certainly going quickly.
Yes, and there's actually the gap to the overall race lead as we have a look then on board with the C2 car of Misha Muria as he works himself up the hill. Of course, we rode a lap on board with him a little bit earlier on in this race. But let's have a look then as he comes past the stripe once again, a 208.939. Now, that last time by, Jake Moore, who runs third in class, was just a little bit better than him by about 4 tenths of a second. However, it does look as though that they are both catching up to the rear of Benjamin Lindsay. In fact, here you can see now the gap between Lindsay, who runs himself P2 in class, and the Mike's the 223 car, currently being driven by Jake Moore. 1.8 seconds separating these two drivers,
Yeah, the Mikester car definitely catching up to that TNT Racing car, and TNT Racing car Benjamin Lindsay goes very wide there down the hill, and that's going to give the Mikester team even more time there.
Yeah, as they work themselves down in towards the Corvette Bridge, turn number 6, and we'll have a look then from the rear of Benjamin Lindsay. As you can see, this battle is getting closer and closer, corner on corner, working himself through the hurry downs once again. As there you can see that ticker running on the top of your screen in your C1 class. It is Blackadder leading away from TNT, leading away from the Mikes to 2 and 3, and then Marrett in 4th, Ford in 5th, 6th place is OSR VLN-C1, and then KPR SRT Phoenix running in 7th, TNT Racing number 2 in 8th, Arcadia Racing in 9th, and then BRT rounding out your top 10, but P9, P10 and P11 are out of the race. They see that gap remains at about 1.3 seconds for the time being, as a little bit of traffic flow is just going to harm, I think, more just a little bit as he works himself past it. That's the number 75 car who's going to get past down in towards Canada corner. That is not for position, that is to put him a lap down. We know that number 75 car, of course, had some issues, and he is now scored in the 4th place overall in that C3 class. That C3 class is looking incredibly interesting still. They have bunched themselves out a little bit compared to about 30 minutes ago in this race, Dan, but I think that they will come back together. There's so many different strategies going on in that C3 class, with some people doing a lot longer pit stops than others, and of course some of them making drive changes as well.
Strategy was something we've seen in a lot of the endurance races that we covered recently, and that's the great thing about endurance racing, is that until the last hour, half hour, you never truly know what direction the race is going. You can have a good idea, but you're never quite there, and I think that is going to be the case in that class, as you said, Will.
Well, this gap is coming down even further as we ride back on board then with Jake Moore, as he is last time by, well, a second faster than Benjamin Lindsay. You can see him now. He'll actually even get that slipstream this lap time. The thing for Moore, though, as we were saying a little bit earlier, Dan, with the Cadillac battle that could have gone on for the race lead, the Cadillac versus the BMW, C2 versus C1, is Moore has got to find a way past Lindsay quickly, because otherwise they're lapping slower right now than Runold. Runold will just drive away into the distance. There's
that old motorsport adage, catching is one thing, passing is completely another. I think that's what we're going to see here, because the cars are in the same class, and Benjamin, as Cam said before, Pro Series driver. Oh, no, he's lost it. He's
they're two made contact.
No. That's another two
they made
cars,
contact again coming out the corner.
I'll let you carry on, Will.
Sorry, I was going to say, you can see a little bit of damage actually to the front left of the Mike's car, but more substantially is the damage to Benjamin Lindsay's car. As you can see, he's gone off there. This is going to be dangerous into the kink, as there you can see Lindsay's car, all forms of damage. Now, can he make it for the corner? Big wiggle for him as he works himself through the kink there. Now, this is going to be disastrous for him. He will certainly have to come towards pit road this time by. I'm wondering how much damage there is, though, to Moore's car. It does look as though it is still drivable. We need to get ourselves a replay of that one. I want to wait, though, until these drivers get themselves past pit entry, because I want to know whether Mikester will come on towards pit road this time by. I don't think that damage is too severe. We know if it's front on, it's okay. If it's side on, it's an issue. But Jake Moore will stay out. We know that Benjamin Lindsay has to come on towards pit road this time by. But what an incident that we just saw there. As we're going to get ourselves a look at this one. And we'll start off then by looking on board with Lindsay. In fact, there you can see him. And this incident happened into turn number 6, Dan. And it was just getting himself a little bit loose into the corner that caused it.
Yeah, Lindsay came up the hill, got a bit loose, and that is what caused the accident. And very often as it came down the hill onto the left-hander, as you say, there was a bit of loose back-end action, which caused the car to go around. And unlike we've seen, that's just the same as we saw earlier with that Cadillac car, it's caused a two-car incident. But the car which should be laughing the most at this is that number 41 PC sim racing car, which is now got right onto the back of the Mikester car. So the main car, the 41 Cadillac, has made a lot of time through that.
Yeah, we're getting our super slow-mo replay then to have a look at this one. But notice what happens when you see the Mikester car gets himself back onto the racetrack. He tries to avoid, I think, Lindsay's car, but the two make contact once again. Now, that is where the substantial damage, I think, happened to both of those cars. We need to get ourselves, I think, another look at this one. This one, again, first from on board with Lindsay, because we can probably see the damage that will occur to his car. The first impact, I think, was probably the most severe of the two, but the second one, I think, really did hurt that steering afterwards, because you see, it's side-on impact. That would have been the first bit of damage. The second bit of damage, I think, from there on in, it hit the side of the car. We know hitting the side of the car is the issue, and from that point, it was game over for him. One more look, then, from Moore's cars, who ride along board with him. And the one thing I want to see here is whether or not he tried to turn that car as he came back out. As you see, he had to kind of get that car straightened out. He wasn't under full control. I don't think that second incident there was retaliatory at all, Dan.
No, I don't think it was either. I think it was just a case of they're trying to get control of the car, because they still would have been, it was the exit of the corner, so they would have just both had the throttle on, and cars would have been a little bit looser as a result of having to stop there. So I do think he was just trying to get it back on track. No malice there, but unfortunately that's seeing the TNT racing car drop off a long way down the field, although it is still in the pit lane, Benjamin Lindsay, and that looks like it's going to bring an end to his run today.
Well, again, as you said, that made Moore's life a lot easier. However, despite that last time by, Moore did himself a 2:08.6 the last time by, so it's not as if he's completely trashed that car. It does look as though there is still some life into it. Worked himself past a bit of traffic on this lap, but if he can keep it going, I think that he has still got a shot in this race. He is currently scored 12 seconds behind your race leader. This is going to have to be a battle, I think, that we still keep an eye on.
But Misha Miller behind a 2:07.9, and as you can see, the Cadillac using the strength of its straight line speed to nearly get alongside that BMW as they come breaking down at the bottom of the hill. But yeah, the number 41 car 2:07.9, so even faster than the BMW on that last lap.
Yeah, as you can see that gap to the race leader from Muller was a 13.3 seconds. And you see it's just climbed up a little bit there. It will always do so at this sector of the racetrack, because we know these C2 cars are a little bit slower. But a 2:07.9, as Dan just mentioned there, that last time by for Muller. Confirmation of that one up on your screen. In fact, that was his fastest lap of the race as well, by about a 1/10 of a second. So he really is pushing it right now. He has, however, lost 1.7 seconds on this lap alone. 2 more ahead of him, so that will be something, again, we shall have to pay attention to. Let's try and go down your field a little bit. As you can see, Brian De Bruyne is right on board with him in the BAM car. Number 67 working himself there past Marcel Unger. And this is the battle now, which is going to put Blackout number 67 up into 8th position on the racetrack. Nicely executed pass there as they work themselves through turn number 1. That C3 battle does seem to have calmed itself down for, I'd say, a couple of moments at least now.
The battle has slowed down a little bit, but you don't think it'd be long before it's back into action. But the 67 car did, as you say, make a good move on the 911 and Marcel Unger. And the next car for the 67 to try and close down will be the 99 FRT car of Jose Pedrosa Fernandez. But Fernandez is trying to negotiate one of the keys at the moment. Just got past it now, so bit of clear track. But traffic is something which all these drivers are going to have to contend with. Sometime they will lose time and then they'll gain time through it. It's just the nature of the racing we're doing in endurance.
It is, and that is one of the things about all forms of endurance series. And we did talk about it briefly at the top of the broadcast, but it might be prevalent to do so again. It's actually Lindsay, I do think, is coming out of pit road. So yeah, there you can see Benjamin Lindsay. He is going to try and bring that car, I think, out of pit road, or is he bringing it back in towards pit road? We'll have a look. You see, his last pit time was a 1:50.2. Having a look, it's a very long lap for him, but no, indeed, he's back on towards pit road, so he, I believe, is going to at least get someone else into that car, try and figure out what's happened to him. He has gone back out onto the racetrack. He did one solitary lap, and he is once again scored on pit road. But yeah, Dan, the thing we were talking about earlier is compare this track to a road Atlanta or somewhere like Sonoma or even Circuit of the Americas. It's much easier to pass here. You've got 2 complicated sections on the racetrack for passing. They are the section that we're having a look now, the Supersport racing car currently being driven by Colin Brown as he continues to pull away from the Sim Racing Egg car currently being driven by Sebastian Schiebel. That is through the hurry down section. Then you've also got on the final couple of corners. In fact, I'd almost say from the run from the kink down to the final corner, because of the fact that, you know, these slower classes have the breakdown at the kink, which really bottles the field up down into Canada, then out of Canada down into Bill Mitchell. You can lose a lot of time in that section of the racetrack if you are stuck behind a slower driver.
The slower classes having to brake does make it a lot slower, because they can lose 1.5 seconds just like that. But also, if you're brave, it's a good place to make an overtaking position maybe into Canada. We've seen it before, people go late on the brakes and make a move there, so a possible overtaking opportunity there. But as you say, you don't really want to get caught behind some of the slower cars through that section of track.
say 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining now in this race. We've completed just under 90 minutes distance. Gonna ride a lap on board then with one of your C3 drivers. It is Colin Brown as he commences another lap, and he'll work himself down towards turn number 1. And of all of these drivers, I think that the C3 class is probably, along with the C1, the easiest to navigate around this racetrack, Dan.
C3 class, the RUF cars, yeah, they're very easy to negotiate around the track. They do handle pretty well, so I think the drivers in that C3 class will be enjoying driving those cars this afternoon around this track.
Out of turn number 2 then comes Colin Brown, working himself down that back straightaway now. You've got the kink as you work yourself under the bridge down through turn 3 and technically turn 4 before turn number 5. And of course you've got that paved area on the outside of the corner. It's always one of the most controversial areas, I think, of any North American racetrack, whether or not you should run that area coming down into the corner. Most people have been very careful here today, not done so, but you will, I think, in some class battles, see people try and overtake on the outside into 5, Dan.
On the outside, then the driver on the inside can make it very hard for you on that left-hander at the top of the hill, so try that move at your peril, I'd say.
Yeah, and then you work yourself through the hurry down, so you see now coming back down in towards the carousel. Car going off ahead of him, and that is actually a battle for position. That is Justin Ribello, who's now just 3/10 of a second ahead in that 888 machine as they work themselves now on the exit of the carousel. Always one of the worst places to go off actually is turn number 8 down, because you then lose momentum all the way through the carousel, and that harms your speed then down into the kink. And these drivers that have to brake, it's a little bit more difficult figuring out how much they have to brake, and especially when you're in a rhythm. As you now actually see Colin Brown, he's going to look down to the inside of the 888 car. You've got a barbecue going on just ahead of them as well. Car is pulled off on the side of the racetrack.
Jake Moore for the Meister wheel, unbelievable stuff. That's a second place car there.
Wow, so actually we will go and find more. There you can see him. His engine, his toasties, I think he might have lost that down at the kink actually. We'll go and have a look, get a replay of that one. But Jake Moore is our latest victim, as we just heard the incident. I believe that is actually down at the kink. So we'll get ourselves a replay of that one properly for you now. But
it's that Road America grass again. Well, what's happened is he's come out of the faster, like at the kink section, got some wheels on the grass, and that's just sped him across the track into the wall. So that Road America grass has caused another victim.
Yeah, there you can see him then, the 223 car losing it, and yeah, his race is definitely gonna be done now. We're gonna look from on board of him as he works himself out of the carousel down through the kink. Jim, this is the difference, as I said earlier, compared to another incident that we had at the Kias, is that generally the C1 class will have it going off of the corner, whereas the Kia class will have it coming into the corner. It's the difference between rear-wheel drive and front-wheel drive there. But that 223 car, well, to say that it's damaged is a little bit of an understatement. That car pretty much is toasty, is, I believe, crawling back to pit road right now. Some heavy engine damage though, and I do think that he will be classified as out of the race.
I think that's quite reasonable. I think that's turned into a BMW Z3.5, but there's another slow car as well actually, one of the RUF cars on the side of the track going very slowly. I think it's a number 14, just double check you see who that was, but it looked very slow. It is the car of, and in fact the car's gone now, so the car that was slow has gone, but the battle we were looking at not too long ago between that Acme Racing car of Justin Ribello and the car of Colin Brown was for leading the class. On this lap, Colin Brown has found a way past that 888 car, so maybe another mistake from Justin Ribello. We saw him make one on the previous lap, but there seems to be quite a distance between Colin Brown and the 44 car, who has taken the lead, and that second place car of Justin Ribello.
Yeah, so it's still all going on here. Plenty of action on the racetrack. And there you can see confirmation that Ribello has now 1.8 seconds behind Colin Brown. Here you can see Brown working himself out of kind of the corner. Gap is 1.9 seconds now between the two of them, as the Supersport racing car now is pulling out a gap over the ACME racing team car of Ribello as they complete themselves another lap here. 40 laps has now been scored complete in your C3 class. And one of the things that I haven't noticed that we've talked about too much, of course, is your Kia class. We're just going to go and have a look down at that class And there you can see, by the way, is the driver who's leading the way. It's a caution team being driven by David E. Baker. He's had some front end damage to that car for quite a while now, which is really going to hurt the aerodynamics of it. He will work himself up the hill, and let's run for a lap then, Dan, on board with him as he works himself up the hill. And it's the number 23 car, David E. Baker, the caution machine coming down towards turn number 1.
David Baker, a very well experienced driver in the Kia Optima. He races in the British Sim Racers Touring Car Championship, and he actually was a Season 7 champion, so he knows how to drive this car. His teammate in that 23 car, Andreas Katz, is another BSRTC driver at the front end, and the car in the second place, Our Souls, is full of BSRTC talent as well. Jamie Rushworth, a former champion, and Paul Smith, one of the newcomers, but adapting very well. So Kia class definitely has some good names in it at the moment as far as the Kias go, but as we're looking at David Baker, he's going down that back straight, coming into about 140 mile an hour at the moment. By the time he hits the brakes, near 150 mile an hour. The Kia, not one of the quickest in the straight lines, but being front wheel drive, it's certainly a bit different to some of the other cars we're seeing racing today.
Yeah, as you see, out of 5, now working himself underneath the Corvette bridge down in towards turn number 6. And again, front-wheeled engine on these cars. And what you'll notice is that they have to really get that car turned in a very different way to these rear-engine cars. And Dan, it's something that, you know, if you're going to be driving the Kia, you've almost got to dedicate your racing career to it, because it's so different to drive this car in comparison to, say, the BMW or, say, the Ford GT. You've got to actually, all the way from getting into that car for the first time, your approach has got to be radically different. And I think there is no better corner to emphasise this than this corner coming up now, the Kink.
Yeah, the Kink certainly is a corner which is approached very much differently with the Kia Optima than maybe you would in the rear-wheel drive car. You really got to try and throw it in, but at the same time make sure you don't lose the back end. But also one of the things about the Kia is if you do manage to lose the back end, and like the rest of these cars, just put your foot down on the throttle, pin it down, and the car will usually come back and help you come back to normal stability as such, being front wheel drive. So a subtle difference there between that and a rear wheel drive car is that if you do put your foot down when you're sliding, you will bring it back round most of the time. So that is a good thing about that car. But David Baker coming around the last corner now, he's got the one of the BMWs behind him. I think that's the car that was involved. Yes, Benjamin Lindsay. So Benjamin Lindsay back on the track is 25th overall, 3 laps down, but back on the track is Benjamin Lindsay.
Yeah, and there is confirmation then of Lindsay as he has come back onto the racetrack. Still got some damage though to that race car. He did make himself another pit stop. 4 minutes 38 seconds to get himself some repairs to that car. Still kind of torn up, and that last lap for him I believe was 209.3. So he has been able to get some repairs. And these BMWs, they are moderately tank-like in their construction, in that if you can get the kind of suspension pieces repaired and get everything shaped up, the front end damage and the rear end damage isn't that important. One thing that I've said all race long, and I always talk about in these GT3 cars, is side-on damage to that. So it looks as though they've sorted out the damage that was done to the front left of that car. That's made it kind of drivable again. Still some scrapes both the left and the right hand side, but realistically you don't need the downforce as much. It's just having, you know, that car being able to turn easily. I think that's the power of that GT3 car. As long as you can get the front axle kind of realigned properly, everything else almost kind of falls into play.
That is something which is very true, because the BMW used to say with the wheel, the side damage is the key area in that car, but as long as you can get steered into the corners, it is quite a forgiving car, that BMW GT3. And despite the problems that we saw earlier for Benjamin Lindsay, with the rate of attrition in the BMW class, he's 6th in class, but we just saw not long ago that Meister car of Jake Moore going into a barbecue as such, so that could be 5th position and probably most likely will be for the TNT Racing car. So they still have a chance of a great finish in this race despite the earlier incident they had.
Yeah, to run through your current people out of their cars, potentially out of the race. Jake Moore is your latest victim in the GT3 car. You also have Mika Ushuas on pit road, Jean-Christophe Goudard, Jens Jacob, Marcus Nussel, Hugo Preto, Christian Hewitt, Alexander Preit, Michael Ubreo Romero, Robin Stark, Theo Brunsek, Ingo Lutz, and Daniel Bodnar, all classified for the time being as out of the race. But as I say that, you get this driver coming back out onto the racetrack, and that is the IE Motorsports car of Mika Usulis, who was battling earlier on in the top 5 in that C3 roof, and he has made himself, say that's a long pit stop, well, it's a very long pit stop, 9 minutes and 9 seconds, but damn, he is back out onto the racetrack. And that first corner, the driver going around you outside, not knowing exactly how the car is going to handle, is always a scary moment.
Very scary indeed. The last thing that number 40 car would want is to turn into the corner, realise there's nothing there and potentially cause an accident, but looks like that number 40 car is in a stable enough condition to race, and he's 6 laps down on the field. But as we say, it is a long race, and with the rate of attrition we've seen in some of the other classes, it won't take too much to see him get a decent position out of this race. So it's worth these endurance races, even if it's a 10-15 minute pit stop for damage, get it fixed and get back out there, because you never know what could happen in the rest of that race.
It's just ahead of him actually. Number 75 car had a huge wiggle as they worked themselves through turn 5, and now you see already back into racing mode. That number 40 car did try and slot it down the inside into turn number 6, decided better of it, and actually allows the number 83 car to go past, which is the Talk Freak Racing route as they continue their battles along on the racetrack here. I should take that back, it's the number 81 machine. And the number 75 car of Sebastian Steve, the confirmation of the Sim Racing 8 car battling with Talk Freak Racing's number 81 machine. And this has been a battle, the P3, P4, P5, that the Talk Freak Racing car has been involved in all day long. And I said earlier, I don't think actually that TFR car has made a single overtake today. He's just been driving it nice and carefully. They are kind of off the pace as far as your race leader in class goes, but I do think that Talk Freak Racing isn't far away now, actually, from just being able to secure a podium just by keeping all 4 wheels of that car intact and not getting himself into any issues. Because we're going to have a look actually from the rear of the number 75 car, there's a little bit of front end damage to that 81 car, but that's about it.
Yeah, consistency is something which is very important in these endurance races. You don't always have to be the fastest car in order to do well. It's about being consistent and trying to stay out of trouble. And that's what Jesper Grönweg's done. Talk Freak Racing, a very experienced team, and someone that a team that we've seen for many years competing in different things. I remember making my commentary debut on the Talk Freak Racing Touring Car Championship. So has been Talk Freak Racing a very long-standing organisation. He sticks his nose out a little bit there to let the car in front know he's there, Jesper Grönweg, but not a serious move. But he seems to have a lot more pace coming down towards turn 2. Yeah, he's going to go down the inside. He's going to try and brake a little bit later, and that is a good move. But the 75 fights back on the outside, and it looks like we could have a little bit of a drag race now going down the straight.
Yeah, in fact, I made my commentary debut in another Talk Freak Racing event. It was their GT Cup. In fact, that was almost 4 years ago. Kind of crazy to remember that's how long it's been now. As you can see there, Jesper Grönweg working himself. He's not going to be close enough down in towards turn number 5. I'm sure he won't have to worry about the car behind him. He's just going to stay put for the time being. But Grönweg getting much better traction off of these corners right now. And that could well come down to tyre wear. We talked about that with Cam a little bit earlier on there now. Tyre wear is a critical factor in these events. And if you can keep your tyres nice and cool for the first stint of the race, it's going to make your second stint a lot more favourable for you. As you see, they're just going to get past. No, they're not going to get past, actually, as they work themselves into 8. So they work themselves out of turn number 8. That's the number 994 car. Oh, they can see there. Trying to see the weave. And he's going to have to do this a very difficult way. This is going to be down to the king. He's going to lose a lot of time right now, as he's already 23 seconds behind P3 in class, which is Ruben Kerr and Moria. And he's lost himself, I'd say, 2 seconds in that one braking manoeuvre. Now he's going to get himself past the Talk Freak Racing car. Now he's going to get himself past the number 75 car into a deep out braking manoeuvre into turn number 12, Canada corner. Yep, he's going to be able to do it there, Dan, but cost a lot of time.
We spoke about that earlier, about cars catching the slow ones at the wrong place, but you got to say a little bit of a good show of respect there from the 994 car. He could have maybe had a lunge a bit earlier on when the 2 cars are battling, but he respected the situation and let them get on with it as such, and made his way past was a bit more safer. But that battle for third place certainly hotting up, because Jesper Grönweg, after having his car in front just for a slight split second, looks like he may try again. I think at the end his car at 75 goes to the inside. There's a Ford GT as well closing him up, so I think we could be up for some thrills and spills in the next couple of corners, you know.
Phoenix Motorsports on towards pit road for their second stop of the day and their first driver change as Holiday gets out of the car. US VLN gets into that machine. They have lost the race lead for the time being as Alexandra Manning now leads that class, but we'll keep an eye out on that one. A 40.0 pit stop. How ironic, at a GT40 they're doing an exact 40-second pit stop. Cam Walsh should be proud there, Dan.
That is just a bit of a coincidence. But speaking of things that happened while you're looking at the pit stop, the 81 Top Freak racing car of Jesper Groeneweg went round the outside of that Sim Racing Eka 75 car, so moved Jesper Groeneweg now up into third place in that class.
So we'll get ourselves a replay of that one then, as you get a look then as they work themselves out of the final corner, working themselves up the hill towards start-finish line. You can see already going onto the defence towards that number 75 car. They work themselves past start-finish line. He had a Ford GT as well right behind them as they work themselves down into turn one. A little bit of bump drafting actually there by Groeneweg, and he gets out just at the right time, because it would have been any later that Ford GT would have been alongside. So Groeneweg wasn't a blocking manoeuvre, but he had to use traffic to his advantage there, because what happened is he was able to sneak around the outside, and then that Ford GT kind of pinched down that 75 car, because we know that Ford GT has a much larger turning radii than some of the other drivers around them. So that was one there, very interesting, but moved Groeneweg up a position as you've got on for their second stop of the day, the number 41 C2 class making a pit stop. And it's currently Stephen Zecher on pit road. He's got another Ford GT on towards pit road as well, and that one is currently being driven by Silvio Lazar. Let's see whether he stays in the car. 37.4 second stop then for Zecher, as we're now having a look not at this driver at all. Yes, it is. It's Claudio Klima getting into the number 11 car, so he is going to run the next in. And what I have to say is a very vibrant yellow, blue and red machine there in that C0 class there.
Also, the car behind it, the Canad PC car, seemed to have a bit of smoke coming out of it, a BMW. But yeah, that car of Claudio Klima definitely very colourful. You won't miss that one in a hurry. There's some very vibrant colours there.
Very kind of 1980s colours. So all it needs, a couple of go faster stripes, and then that one would be perfect. But I need to have one of the stripes in yellow, probably blue inside it, I think would be perfect. There we are, we just designed your new car. The number 11 team's Claudio Klima comes onto the racetrack once again after making himself another stop. So we'll try and figure out then where that smoking driver is in just a couple of moments' time. But in the interim, you've got Patrick Roll. He's having a little scrap right now in that number 123 car. And this is for P5 in the C3 class. That is with Jose Pedrosa Fernandez. And in the Bet365 cars, they come down in towards Canada once again. Oh, and he's going to push wide. That's going to allow Roll round the outside as they come down into Bill Mitchell Ben. Side-by-side racing. And it will be Roll who is going to make that pass there over the number 99 car. So move them up one position. Fernandez just pushing wide in Canada corner, costing him a spot, Dan.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there. It's not the first mistake we've seen from that number 99 FRT car. It's cost him a position there to the Banzai Motorsport car Patrick Roy. Goes past the Kia on the inside, and I think the number 99 car will also get past that Kia. Really easily get past it, but Patrick Roy has to be careful because the car of the number 99 FRT of Fernandez maybe try and make look a move, but seems to pull out of it a little bit there, which probably may have been the best option in the circumstances.
Yep, so he falls back into line in P6 for the time being. To give you an update then, all of your C0 class drivers have made themselves now 2 pit stops in today's event, with the exception of this driver, which is currently the Zebra 3 car. Ben struggling in that car. The 3 machine continues its journey around the racetrack. One interesting point to note, of course, will be, well, I was going to say when this driver's going to pit, but he's kind of all by himself now in that C1 class. That is Blackadder's Patrick Reynolds, 32.5 second advantage now over Joel Domenico, who has yet to make his second stop by the looks of it. Ruben Carbella, Mora has, Stephen Zilka has, but here's the driver in second place. It is that number 46 car, Dan, and they are falling back quite a lot actually in the last 4 or 5 laps or so.
The last lap for that 46 car, 2 minutes 12.1, which is very slow for Cadillac standards, considering we saw a 2:07.9 not too long ago from that 41 car, and it looks like they definitely put maybe some tyre wear issue for that car, so we'll be looking to get into the pits, I reckon, in the next couple of laps if that is the case.
And we know that the C2 class, they do come onto pit road about 5 minutes earlier than your BMW car, 5 to 10 minutes earlier. Now, of course, their first stop was around the 55-minute mark, so we do expect to see this car onto pit road this time, or if not next time by. It will stay out to do another lap, so make that probably close to a 55-minute stint for him. Let's see what his lap time is. He's worked himself past the start-finish line. There's that Ford GT, you can just see him there. Top of your screen, comes on towards pit road once again. And that last time by a 2:10.406 for him as he continues along, but is scored first in that C2 class for the time being. However, is still got himself quite a lot of work to do. 32.4 seconds behind your race leader, and there's confirmation, by the way, that you've got yourself a new driver into that C0 car in third place. It's Kevin Pommier who's going to make his next stint for that team, Dan.
Zebra 3 currently running third in class. They had a bit of a gap towards the car of Claudio Klima, the rather colourful sim racing team Romania car, and the Ford GT class a bit sparse in numbers, unfortunately. It looks like there's only 4 of them at the track, but the 4 that are there, in fact there's 5. There's one that the Werpo Moto car, which is 6 laps down, it's still going. That's Frank Newman. So despite the fact that there's quite a few laps down on the rest of the field, it's still going. But it's a shame there aren't a few more of those 4 GTs out, but the ones that are racing, the two cars, the Phoenix Motorsports car, the 64, and the AA Motorsport, Phoenix Motorsports, a team which do quite a bit of endurance racing. So we saw them in the near race as well, just last weekend.
Yes, we did. So you can see there, Kevin Pommer, 36-second stop for him. You also saw confirmation then on another C2 driver making his pit stop. Well, these C2 drivers, they've pretty much all made themselves now to pit stop. Well, half the field has, half the field hasn't, shall we say. There you can see once again the number 46 driver as they get close to the 2-hour halfway point of this race then. Joel Domenico continues to lead the way. The gap between himself and second place in class is currently 38 seconds. He will lose that race lead though when he comes onto the pit road in just a couple of moments' time. In fact, we're riding on board with him as he works himself out of that final corner. Will he make that journey on towards pit road? No, he won't actually. So he stays out for another lap. That is going to be an interesting one here. Just having a look down in your C3 field here, sorry, you've done third place in class, David Wolf, the 992 car, which is paying our attention to very quickly. Your C1 class really is spread out now. I'm just actually having a look at this, and there's 1 lap between P1 and P2 in your C1 class. Then it's another lap, I think, from P2 to P3 in class, and that's big gaps down in the C1 field. And of course, the last hour of this race, for those of you who are just joining us, we had who was in P2, Benjamin Lindsay in the TNT car, and also P3 involved in an incident. Then they both had separate issues afterwards. Benjamin Lindsay is back out onto the racetrack. P3 then had a moment down at the kink, which basically has completely torn this C1 battle apart. But then also, those people just joining us, we did have a very interesting moment as we got to the start of this second hour with Patrick Bruno in the C1 class catching a driver who was ahead legitimately in the C2 class. However, they then went and lost at the final corner.
Yeah, very unfortunate. That was the jig on the end of the last corner into the barrier, and unfortunately that's what that car down. But you're saying about Patrick Lindsay, he's now up to Benjamin Lindsay even, 4th place in class in the C1. So despite the problems with the, as you said before, the field was spread out very much so, 4th in class. And for the C1 class drivers, apart from the Blackadder 66 car, you've got to feel that for them it's a bit more like hot lapping than actual racing, because they don't really have any competition near them as such.
36.2 seconds then from the Cadillac, sorry, I'm going to say that again. 36.2 seconds for the Cadillac car there, with Ruben Cabello Morat behind the wheel of that car. They just work themselves behind the trees, there you can see him coming down in towards turn number 1 once again. So more people making their second stops in that class. We've got Mark Warmington in pit road, and Christopher Babbitt is now going to get into that car for Blue Flag Racing, as they will do another stint here, and there you can see that pit timer on your screens. We've also got behind them Emmanuel Ije on towards pit road. There you can see him commencing a stop. We'll see whether or not he is going to make a driver change. A little bit of damage to the front end of that car. As out and away will go the Blue Flag Racing car, 32.1 seconds stop for him. As now you can see the 46 car coming on towards pit road as well to make himself a second stop. First stop for him was a 36.7. Let's see what it does this time by, and let's actually see whether or not we get a driver change from these drivers, Dan.
So the 46 finally does come into the pits, a bit longer of a run than some of the other cars in that class for the 46 car. There's another, looks like we will be seeing a driver change, and it's Patrice Langlet getting into the car there. So Patrice will be taking over the number 46 car for this stint, and see where the main PC car, in fact the 41 main car, is just going to go past now. So that will retake the lead in the class, and the Spanish Cadiaholics team have come past as well. So it looks like that we're seeing the car as it hasn't come past yet. My apologies, that was a bit of a mistake there. But there's also John Philip Weeds coming into the pits as well in the 994 car, as the Monster Energy car just leaves the pits now, but he's stuck behind one of those rough cars, and that is Bernd Colrode and P1 TV. So he's come out just behind that car, but it looks like he's got second place in class, the number 46 Monster Energy car.
Yeah, we need to have a look at the number 994 car coming on towards pit road, because he made a complete mess up there of his pit entry. Very weird issue for him. We did see the end of it, but I just want to show you it again. As I think he doesn't just overshoot his pit box, he has to go back about a time zone to get into his box. There you can see he comes in, realises he's missed his boxes. 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes he actually had to reverse through there to get in there. That would have cost him about 10 seconds overall there.
Seems like the car in front of him may have blocked his view of his pit stall and went a bit too far there, so not sort of thing you really want to see in some of the oops moments. And they've actually changed the driver now. Stefan Woldher is now taken over the number 994 car, and there was another one of those cars in the pits on the Cadillac, and in fact that's another one of the main, yes, the main PC, another one of the main cars in the pits, the 31 car. That's 12 laps down, so it's obviously had some further issues in the race. A similar livery to the 41 car, so for a second there I thought it might have been a problem for them, but it's a sister car, and it looks like they've been in the pits for quite a while.
Yeah, Andre Castro now into the Super Sport car as well, as they come back out onto the racetrack. 35.7 second stop for them as they will continue their journey. With close to 2 hours of this race board complete, which means that we'll probably see this driver on towards pit road in 2 laps time. That is the Blackadder number 66 car. Their first stint was exactly 1 hour, and that of course was with the pace lap as well. And for Renaud now, well, he doesn't really need to push it. He just needs to make sure there's no issues concerning traffic, because the thing with the C1 class is, yes, some of them, you know, had incidents with their own class, but other drivers in that C1 class today, Dan, they have been involved in incidents with C2, C3 drivers. If you're Renaud or anyone else get into that car, the message from that pit crew from basically must just be, let that car get to the end of the race, don't have any issues.
It's got to be something along the lines of be careful, do not take any risks, and take a bit more extra time if you need to, because as you say, they've got a 1 lap lead in the class, and they really do have time. They don't have to make any rash decisions, so be interesting. Hopefully they will obviously heed that message, because they've got such a big lead in class, and that's what you want to see, someone making a rash move and maybe causing more problems for the car. But at the end of the day, they are so far in front that you think that they're just going to take it nice and steady for the last 3 hours, despite the last 2 hours, because halfway through the race it looks like they are in quite a good position to say the least.
Yep, so that's right on board with Patrick Renaud as he works himself down towards turn number 5. A little bit of traffic ahead of him, not going to be any much of an issue as he works himself down towards turn number 5. That's his own teammate there, the 169 car, getting into his way a little bit, Dan.
Yeah, so, teammate getting in the way, probably not the 169 cars, but it is out of his way now, and he's able to carry on his merry way.
As he works himself now out of this corner, down through the hurry downs once again, down towards turn number 8. And you can say no one really around him at all. Well, not the gap is, he drives behind him, by the way. It's pretty much 90 seconds, a minute and a half between drivers, and that's actually first place in the C2 class, which is currently being driven by Stefan Zeltsler. They can see confirmation of him as he works himself past the start-finish line once again. So there you can see, he's at the start-finish line Zeltsler now, and to give you confirmation, there is Renaud working himself through the kink, on the exit of the kink, down towards Canada Corner. So that is getting close to 3/4 of a lap now, the difference between your C1 and C2 drivers, and we did expect it potentially to be a lot closer. We were thinking that there was an outside chance your C2 driver could actually win the race overall. We kind of had that one thrown out of the bag a little bit earlier on with the JCL Sim Racing car. Did take the lead. Yes, it was a second and a half slower, but of course, strategy could have gone its way. Another lap then for the Blackadder car of Renault, as we are just 30 seconds away from the second hour of today's event being scored complete. Got a Kia scored on pit road right now, and they can see it's Paul Smith working himself onto the pit road. There's a SimRacing.de car that is just come out of pit road behind, so we'll have a look then at the Arseholes car of Paul Smith. Pit stop time for him was a very long stop, 5 minutes 22 seconds. We've got ourselves also Michael Cosney on pit road right now, but it does look as though that car does have some issues to it. Let's just have a look at it then. Number 21 car is making a stop, 58 seconds, getting close to a minute, and he should be back out of the way, although there is some front end damage to that car now.
So front end damage, so it'll be interesting to see if that has any effect. What I'm looking at the moment is to see what happened to that Arseholes car. I wonder if there was an incident which caused it to have such a long pit stop, so I'm going to do a bit of investigation into that for you.
Well, as you see, 2 hours of this race is now scored complete. There you can see Renault once again out of Bill Mitchell-Benn in your number 66 car down towards the final corner. He will come, and actually he's going to stay out into another... No, he won't. He's going to come on towards pit road. In fact, he's not even on that portion of the racetrack, so I'll take that one back. Aerial coverage there. Brought to you today also by Blackadder. So, aerial coverage just a little bit wrong there, as the Blackadder number 66 car works itself, in fact, through the carousel. We'll get that ticker running along the top of your screen once again then, with 2 hours of this race now scored complete. So only 2 hours of it still to go, as Renault still has himself now actually over a 90-second gap. Just having a look down the field, I don't see any real battles that are going on at the moment, but you've got an update yet for me, Dan?
Yes, I have. You'd be quite interested to know, Will, that there was an incident between the Arseholes car and the Jake Moore car for the Mikester Motorsport 223. What happened was they came out of the King, obviously the BMW a lot faster, and it seems like they just sort of collided in the middle of the road, really, and big damage to the BMW, and also we saw the Kia having to make a 5-minute pit stop. But Jake Moore's afternoon certainly is going far from ideal for that Mikester 223 BMW. And that was on lap 40, and that was on lap 47 for the Kia.
Well, we'll try and get ourselves a replay of that one then, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back from commercial, which we'll go to in just 1 moment's time. But as it stands right now, we'll run through at the halfway point your results in each of the classes. There you can see in your C1 class, it is Renault leading by an absolute landslide right now from Darren Ford, Olen Max Bakker, Benjamin Lindsay 4th, and then most of the other drivers classified out of the race. High attrition in your C1 class today. You can see there was 11 drivers in that class, only 4 of them circulating on the racetrack. In your C2 class, it is just leading the way by 19 seconds from Patrice Languette. Then it is Corbella Moore in 3rd, Stefan Wardner in 4th, and Christopher Babchek running out your top 5. And then we'll head ourselves back to your C3 class. It is Super Sport from leading the way, then Stefan Koppens in 2nd, Patrick Rule in 3rd, Ralph Nowinski in 4th, and then Yes Kaplan in the 5th place. And then we'll head ourselves over finally to your C4 class. And there you can see it's only a 6-car field there, but Carshot leading from Blackadder. Then it is Michael Cosney, Arseholes in 4th, M&J Racing Team in 5th, and Netpec K Racing in 6th. I'm going to say that one again. Netk Racing in the 6th place with Tim Claysons. However, he has scored multiple laps down for the time being. Plenty of action though still to come here on RaceSpotTV in the next hour and 56 minutes, and a little bit of change still to go as well. But also still a couple of inter-class battles. Let us go quickly right along board with one of them. There you can see Kevin Palmer in the C0 class, right up behind Noah Nevy right now. And this is a battle with a C0 driver and a C2 driver. That's a number 32 car, to say, of Noah Nevy, right ahead of him on the racetrack. And they can see Nevy, who of course in the Sim Race Drivers 32 car. Not the last driver in class, however, he has scored a little bit behind your race leader for the time being, as we have now finally got on towards pit road. This driver, it is the number 66 Blackadder Motorsports car, Dan.
Yeah, Patrick, we're now coming into the pits now for his second pit stop, and the pit stop time between that and the Cadillac, which is the main PC car, the 41, is 1 minute and 30 behind, so it's going to have to be an extremely long stop. But we do know that the BMWs take longer in the pits than the Cadillac. A bit of a side note, that Arsehole's car did go out for 1 lap, but Paul Smith brought it back in the pits, so obviously a bit too much damage for that car, so there needs to be a few more repairs on that one. But the Blackadder car in the pits, and to make its second pit stop, as we do come to about 2 hours and 4 minutes, so stretched out that second one a little bit further, an extra lap there for the Blackadder car.
Yeah, Bruno now into that car. Oh, is it going to be someone else getting into that car by the looks of it? We'll give you an update on that one. They could potentially, no, it's Braith Morrow getting into that car in the number 66 car. A little bit slow on the driver change, but it shouldn't be too much of an issue with them. As you can see him on your screens, number 36 seconds. We expect about a 55-second stop there for the Blackadder team in these BMWs. They do, as Dan just alluded to, take a little bit longer to get their fuel tanks topped up. And he is close now to the end of his pit stop. He should be back out and away onto the racetrack any moment now, as they can see their new car installed, getting set to go back out onto the racetrack. And actually, here's an interesting point. Steven Zetzler's just gone, by my recollection, into the race lead.
Yeah, he has. That's a new race leader, the number 41 car of Steven Zetzler, as the Blackadder car still in the pit stop, and he could lose the second place to the 46 Monster Energy Endurance car, Patrice Langlet.
I did say there was an issue on pit road.
It looks like a very long pit stop, and it's going to cost them, because the number 24 GT is going past as well. And the 64 as well, so a lot of time being lost by that Blackadder car, and that could be crucial. We know we're a minute and a half behind in the head of me for the pit stops, but it seems like a very, very long pit stop, and that is the sort of thing which can change races, Will.
Well, yeah, that's always a 2-minute pit stop, so that's double the length of time it should be, unless there is a penalty for that car, which I don't understand what it would be, because it wouldn't be that long at all. Technical issues then for that Blackadder car. You see the jacks being removed on it. Are they actually going to get going? Pit stop time up to 2 minutes. You can see the wiggles. There must be some issue there. And what did we say, Dan? The last thing they need, all they need to do is just keep their car clean. It looks as though it's the pit stops that is going to put Blackadder Motorsport potentially out of the race.
Extraordinary stuff, and all the drivers done well to keep it on the track, but the pit crew looks like could be what let them down, and that would be a cruel blow. But they're back out in the race now, so as Will says, they're back on the track, but they've lost an absolute ton of time, and that 41 car that's leading on the track is now coming up to Canada corner, so they've lost the best part of a lap near enough.
Yeah, it's an 87 seconds, the deficit now, between Morrow and your race leader, and also, get this, 6 drivers for him to pass. The closest one of those, well, our timing and scoring shows him to be 34.3 seconds up the road. There is your former race leader, the Blackadder number 66 car, and it is all gone wrong. We are now into a potential situation where your C2 leader, and did I just hear an engine failure as well for someone?
Benjamin Lindsay struggling into the pit lane as well, so another car from that class, a TNT car, in more trouble. And it looks like there's some quite heavy damage to the front end of that car, so that's another car in the C1 class. It looks like he's going to lose some time. Yep,
so let's try and see if we can find Benjamin Lindsay then. See if anything, see what we can find has happened to him. There you can see him. He is very slow onto pit road. I think he might have just had an incident. I did hear an engine blow up somewhere. So let's see if we can figure out what happened to him. His car is pretty much toast. So you can see him working himself towards the final corner. Look at the damage to that race car. Benjamin Lindsay with his second big incident here today in that TNT car. That is a huge moment for him. There you can see it's okay at this point. I believe this might be an incident down at the kink again for him. So this car is fine through Canada corner. On the exit of, oh no, he loses it at the carousel there, Dan. First driver we see lose it at the exit of the carousel here today. It's so easy to do, but Benjamin Lindsay, this C1 class is just imploded today.
It's like the class of doom. No one seems to want to lead it. But, yeah, Benjamin Lindsay out of the race. And he was running for the lead at one point. But very, very unfortunate. And it's just a bad day, really, for him in this VLN race. And the cars, the car of the Blackadder just coming in over the line now. So see how much time he is behind the race leader. He was 1.5 minutes before the pit stop, and after he's now 1 minute and 27 seconds behind. So that's a huge loss for Blackadder, and the one thing that will be interesting to see is how far out the field they can go. So could be a bit of an excitement for the last hour and 3/4 of this race, just to see how far that 66 car can go.
So then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a race here with an hour 50 on the play clock. We will step aside for just one moment. We'll be back with continuing coverage after these short messages. You're watching RaceSpotTV.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's going to be the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you
Brad
love it.
Davies, here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to continuing coverage here on RaceSpotTV as we'll get ourselves a look high above at this amazing Road America complex that measures exactly 4 miles in length, set in the beautiful region of Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin. Robinson along with Dan Blake for the second and continuing part here of our coverage. And Dan, interesting it is the gap now to your race lead as there we'll zoom it in on the driver who at one point was dominating. He's actually, by my watch, just having a look at him, just been able to get himself past there. One of the C2 drivers, and that was Stefan Wodner, who has just literally been able to get himself past.
So up to 5th place overall now for Blackadder Motorsports. They're going to have a bit of a lonely time. They've got 50 seconds before they catch up to the next car, the 64 Ford GT of Phoenix Motorsport. But at the front, main PC Sim Race is still ahead by 29.9 seconds to the 46 Monster Energy car. So 25 seconds is the gap at the lead.
Yeah, there you can see the gap from your C1 leader to your overall race leader. You can tell he is hungry. His last lap was 209.585. Compare that to a 208.517 from 7 Sichler. So it's an 85-second gap right now, the deficit. We do know a couple of things though now. We know that your C2 class, you're going to have to make an additional pit stop compared to your C1 class, the way the fuel tanks and everything works here. So, it's not over yet, I say, this battle up front. Realistically, this driver that we're looking at on board now of Brave Morrow in that Blackadder Motorsports number 66 car, he has got to find, in my opinion, about 40 seconds, then we have a race.
But also another thing to remember, Will, is until that final pit stop, that BMW will be losing a bit more time to the Cadillacs in the pits. So the time that the Cadillacs are saving in the pits may actually equate near enough to the pit stop to the BMW. So be interesting to see how that evens out over the course of the race as well.
There you can see then your current race leader. It is a number 41 car of Steven Zesta in the main PC car. And you can see there's the gap between himself and Patrice Languette, who was leading earlier on, had himself a couple of issues, maybe 7.5 seconds back. I think it'll be very interesting to see what Languette is able to do in this car. It's a number 46 car. We saw him earlier on, who's having himself a good run down. Whether or not Languette can close off at 27.6 seconds, that's a long way though for him to go, I think now. Even though there's still essentially 100 minutes of this event to go.
26.927 seconds. The gap is slowly going up. It was 25 seconds a couple of minutes ago, so that main car, number 41, pulling away a little bit, but as we said before, traffic can make the gap go up and down, so not really needing to read too much into that. But I feel like the current time that the monster car is not catching up quite sufficiently enough at the speed it needs to, but it just takes one mistake from that main car. We've seen a lot of those from different cars this afternoon to change the complexion of this race yet again.
Field has spread out just a little bit now. Just trying to see if there's any close battles in the racetrack. And Dan, doesn't look as though there are too many. In particular, that C3 battle that we saw quite a lot of earlier on, that one really has, in my opinion, just settled down for the time being. Because there was some great racing going on earlier. Here's a driver running 4th in class. It's the ACME racing team, 888 car of Ira Pakkonen in that car. It does look as though that entire battle overall just has calmed down now. Gaps are about 5 seconds from Pakkonen to the car ahead of him, which is this driver on the screen now, the number 75 car, the Sim Racing Ed car. And out front it does look as though that Andre Castro has really been able to pull away quite dramatically now in that Supersport car.
It's a massive lead, but up to 2nd place has come Talk Freak Racing. They were 3rd earlier. We saw that move being made by Jesper Gomez. Stefan Coppens are now taking over in that car, and up to 2nd place for Talk Freak Racing in that class. So they're up into 2nd. The 3rd place Sim Racing Eki, the car that they overtook, and a bit of a gap now as they come down towards turn 3 just as the Sim Racing Eki car crosses the line. Then you got ACME 4th, and then in 5th place is the FRT Racing car. But there isn't really much battling going on in that C3 class, as you were talking about before, Will.
Yeah, I'm actually having a look at the gaps as it stands right now. 1st place is going faster than 2nd place, who's going faster than 3rd place. Actually, no, take that back. The Eki car is going a little bit faster right now than Coppins in that C3 car, though Coppins did have a little bit of traffic to deal with that last time by. So that might be one to pay attention to. Whilst we were away, by the way, we did have the team, the Caddyaholics car, the 555 car, basically on pit road, having themselves a Corvette barbecue, shall we say, Dan?
Oh dear, we've seen quite a few of those barbecues recently, unfortunately, and the Spanish Caddyaholics team will not be enjoying the rather hot barbecue, shall we say.
One little battle what we might have going on soon. This is a Noah Blackadder car, number 68 car of Jake Fox. There we can see him on your screen, chasing down Michael Pizzoni. And this is a battle for P2, P3 in the C4 class. There you can see that Blackadder car as it works itself down in towards turn number 5 once again. And last time by, well, 2 seconds faster than Cozzoni. Just have a look at the fastest lap times though. That number 21 car, in theory, should be faster. He's been his fast lap 2 seconds a lap faster than what we can see from Jake Fox right now. But it does look as though that War Runes is starting to get to that number 21 car. That front end is completely smashed up, and that will hurt the overall speed that car is able to produce. So I think that's definitely going to be one to pay attention to, because that front end is completely smashed up. It looks like they rear-ended something, and he's actually going very slowly, trepidation, around the racetrack right now.
Damage that 21 car is quite significant, but the car behind it's also seems bashed up as well. It's another one of the Kia Optimas, the M&J car of Jonathan Marcianetti. That's another one that's been bashed to pieces, and these Kia Optimas are starting to look a bit second-hand, to say the least. But the gap, as you say, between the JCL car and the Blackadder car will look like, just like it's coming down even further. So give it 4 or 5 laps, and we may see Jake Fox coming and closing right up to the back of Michael Cozzoni.
Yeah, so you can see that Cozzoni, and there is the gap behind. It's down to 5.3 seconds now between those two drivers. And this comes back to what endurance racing is. And I said this in a Neo Endurance event last week, Dan. It's that whether you drive it 100%, 95%, 90%, you always like to have a little bit in reserve. But importantly, the 4 different car classes, which are a lot more evenly matched than what we see in Neo, it's making sure that you can get your car around the racetrack with comparative ease. It's actually now got Harold Ide getting on pit road, and he's making a stop there in his C0 car, and he is back out and away in 40.6 seconds. But in a car class battle like this, where they're all very close overall, down, you've got to be able to really navigate on different lines. This racetrack, not as wide as some of the other ones, it's one of the traditional racetracks. There is good passing opportunity, but you can't just stuff your car down the inside of someone and expect to get away with it. In the same way that you've got to give a little bit as well as one of the slower car classes. You know, there's always this, I wouldn't say arrogance, but, you know, it's that whole dive-bombing LMP mentality. You can't really use it in this kind of racing, because everything's so much closer together. You do have to do a little bit of give and take.
Yeah, as you say, with the Kia cars, they are the slowest ones, and as a result of that, they will have to maybe be a little bit more. They might spend a little bit more time offline, but the gap actually between the top 3 in that C4 class isn't too far. The Karcher car, which has been driven by Andreas Katz, which is leading, was just turning down into turn 5 as the Blackadder 68 was coming on to start the straight. So not too much actually separating that top 3 in the class, but among the other cars just slightly going off on the grass. There was one we were talking about before. That's the M&J car, but back on the track it goes. But the Blackadder car, last lap 2 minute 18.4, whilst the JCR were 2 minute 19.2. So clawing away another 8 tenths, and I think, as I said before, it's only a matter of time at this current rate before we see Jake Fox looking to try and make a move on Michael Cozzoni.
Yeah, last time by, there you can see it was a 2:19.2 for Michael Cozzoni as he works himself down out of Bill Mitchell Bend, down towards the final corner once again. So we'll see what his next lap time is going to be for him as he works himself past the start-finish line once again. So 2:19.2 last time by, and this time it will be a 2 minute 19.3. He works himself then past the start-finish line. Jake Fox in the meanwhile, well, he went a lot faster last time by 2:18.651 as he works himself down towards turn number 1 once again. Gap is now down to 4.7 seconds. Just little by little, that Blackadder car is going to eke its way. And I think this is a top speed issue, actually, for Cazzoni as well. So when that Blackadder car does get there, I think it's going to be a lot easier to make the pass compared to what you normally expect.
Yeah, the Kia cars ones, which if you have damage to the front end, you do see a noticeable difference in the speed. And the two cars going down the straight now, Cazzoni and the slower car behind him, that's the M&J car, similar in speed, but as they come down into the braking zone, you can tell that the Blackadder car is a lot quicker as it comes into the braking zone. Yeah,
and what we'll do is you'll get a graphic on your screen when they work themselves through the next section, from the carousel down towards Canada Corner, to kind of give you an indication of their top speeds. So here we can see that number 21 car working himself through the hurry down section of the racetrack once again, coming down now into turn number 8. So we'll get that graphic now up on your screen, and you'll see it'll probably equalise once we get down out of this corner now, which is the carousel. 2 points I want to pay attention to then: speed coming down into the kink and speed coming down into Canada Corner. So the first one we want to see, the speed coming down into the kink. How much is these drivers having to brake? Up to 130 miles an hour, and then braking down to 112 miles an hour there. Up to 131 miles an hour, about the same actually through into the kink then. But now up to 141, 42, 43, 147 miles an hour almost for Cazzoni. Only 140, only 1 mile an hour faster actually for Fox. So it's not that much of a difference at all, of course. The draft will play a big impact on that one, I think, for Blackadder car when he does get there. And he has taken another second out on this lap down.
Not maybe too much on the straights, but it seems like Blackadder car is definitely finding time from somewhere to be pulling second after second, it seems, on the JCL sim racing car. But the two cars, the fantastic lap from the class leading Karcher car, Andreas Katz, 2:16.7. That's a fantastic lap time when you consider that Cazzoni's just done a 2:19.9, Jake Fox a 2:18.9. So Andreas Katz is really going some in that Karcher number 23.
Oh, he is absolutely flying. Let's go back then to have a look at this gap from Blackadder to your race leader, and guess what? It's increased down to 88.3 seconds again.
Yeah, the Blackadder car doesn't seem to have anything for that number 41 main PC car, but it is starting to close in on that AA Motorsport 4 GT. We said the gap was about 50 seconds at one point. It's now down to about 32 seconds, so catching up to the... In fact, I think the AA Motorsport car is either pitted or had an... I think it's pitted, you know, because the last lap time for that car 2:24.1, so I think you'll find that Blackadder car has been in the pits.
Yeah,
not the Blackadder car, yeah, the AA.
35.9 second pit stop for it. So that is the reason why he's behind. He's actually held up there by the number 40 car as they work themselves out of the carousel down towards the kink. And this is the thing there, Dan. The single file through here, and Manny actually has to wait right until the last second before he can get going. Now he can finally push, and now he works himself down towards Canada Corner once again. But yeah, making a pit stop, 36 seconds pretty much for him. So it's going to be a little bit of better for him, but he will have, I think, still a lot of work to do. I mean, a podium isn't out of play tomorrow at all on that Blackadder car. They've really got to hit every single corner, every single lap as much as possible, and not get frustrated in that car.
No, frustration is something which I think earlier in this run they would have had, but they see themselves inching closer and closer, so frustration may subside a little bit. But I think that number 20 AA Ford GT, its biggest battle, is without doubt against that 64 Phoenix Motorsports car for the class lead, and they were running about, I think it's about 10-20 seconds between them when they came into the pits. So, but the AA Motorsport car will be looking to try and beat the Phoenix Motorsports car, because that is the class lead as such in that is battle between those two, and they were relatively close compared to some of the other classes before the pit stop for that number 20 car.
Yeah, actually though, that last time by, Zesler doing himself a very slow lap time by comparison. In fact, he did a 2:13 and then a 2:12 that last time by, so he's lost himself quite a lot of time in the last couple of laps. We do know that these Cadillacs really do fall off in the second half of the stint, so this is actually where that BMW will be faster. Of course, it's got fresher tyres, by arguably about 5-6 laps compared to the C2 class row. So this is now where the BMW, you know, it's still got the sheen on those tyres. This C2 car, all of a sudden it's going to be losing that sheen. It's going to be more difficult to drive. So for Zesha, he's now, this is that stage of the race where he's got to manage his tyres, manage that gap, not push too hard and not get himself into a silly mistake.
No, because the Monster Energy car actually caught up by quite a bit on that last lap. Patrice Langlet, what, 209.7 whilst a 212.2 for Zesha. And you're saying about the Blackadder car catching up, it's caught up nearly 5 seconds over the past 2 laps. So Brave Moro is certainly on a mission in that number 66 Blackadder car. Yep,
he's on a mission as he works himself now. You can see Zesha once again on the exit of the carousel. Let's have a look there. We've got, by the way, Claudia Klima on pit road, I believe. He's going to get a new person into that car. It will be Sylvain Lazar for GT Team Romania. So looks like there's going to be a driver change there. In fact, no, Klima's going to get back into the car, potentially. Not quite sure what they're doing there, Dan, but it's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Let's figure out. And Klima does indeed take the wheel of that car once again with an hour and a half to go.
Hey, Klima back into the car. Very quick driver swap as such. Well, no driver swap, but yeah, a bit strange that. But Klima comes back out onto the track, and that is just behind the number 20 AA Motorsport car of Alexandra Mani. But he is there's a lap down, in fact, on that class leading number 20 car from earlier in the race. But the class lead is currently that Phoenix Motorsports car, which has actually stayed out on the track 2-3 laps longer than the number 20 car. So you must be due for a pit stop in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, we have seen that one a couple of times already, as they can see the car of Kevin Pommer traditionally has gone a little bit longer than these people around him. So we'll keep an eye out on him as he works himself out of the final corner in that C0 car. He will stay out to do another lap, and here you can see your current C0 race leader, which is the Phoenix Motorsport number 64 car. He works himself now out of that final corner. It looks as though that he will stay to do another lap as well. So far, Phoenix Motorsport, well, they've got that gap up now in class about, I'm just trying to do the mental math there, about 55 seconds overall, Dan.
But they do have the AA Motorsport number 20, do have a pit stop in hand over the 64 car. But as you say, 55 seconds is the gap, so when they come out from the pit stop, they are obviously going to be a lot closer. But which way round is going to be the question.
And go back to the battle we were talking about earlier on. It has settled itself down a little bit now between Mikel Cozzone and the Blackadder number 68 car of Jake Fox. Gap is 4 seconds between them. The last time by Cozzone lost 2 seconds almost there to Jake Fox. But it doesn't look as though that Blackadder car can really close right up to the rear of them. That gap is actually now up to 5 seconds again. As I believe Fox just went a little bit wide, or is he stuck in traffic? So we'll just actually check in once again on that Blackadder car. I believe he did get past that into turn 5, but he's not really been able to close up as quickly as we expected it to.
No, we expected him to close up a bit quicker. That time he was letting the car, Patrice Langlet, the second place car, go past him. So he went wide coming out into turn number 6, I believe it was. Yeah, turn number 6 and 7 is where he lost a bit of time there. But as we say, we have got a bit of a battle between those two cars to monitor, as we've got about an hour and a half left of this race.
Yep, and at this point in time, I am going to welcome in my good friend, Mr. Hugo Louise, who's going to take over streaming, and he might even talk a little bit for the last 90 minutes of this race. So, hello, Hugo. He's not going to say a word. Oh, no, he is.
Yes, what a miracle.
It is. No one else could hear that one except for me, but it is a miracle in itself. So, hour and a half left here in VLN. I'll ask you a very quick question. Do you think that C1 driver of Brave Moro can do it, can claw it back up and get the win here today?
Well, we saw a lot of things happening today. Engines blowing up and cars exploding, so I guess we can't affirm anything from now on. We just need to wait until 15 minutes to go and see what happens.
Well, we've got 1 hour, 25 minutes then remaining on the play, Clarkers. We'll just very quickly run you through your results as they stand. It is currently Phoenix Motorsports and your C0 class who are leading the way. so far, yours Thielen. In your C1 class, so you can see Blackadder Motorsports leading the way from OSR. However, Blackadder, after having the lead earlier, now down in the 4th position overall. In the C2 class, it is Stefan Setchler, your overall race leader, on Patrice Langet. Then it's Stefan Wada. In C3, it is the Supersport Racing team who continue to lead the way. And then finally, in your C4 class, it's Karcher from Cazone and then Blackadder, who round out your podium positions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an ongoing RaceSpotTV presentation. We're going to step aside, do a quick change, and we'll be back with continuing coverage in just a couple of moments. Stick with us.
Very long pit stop, saw them drop down the field, and now he is in 3rd position overall, first in that BMW class, and he has a 2-lap lead over the 2nd place car, and that's in the C1, which is the online sim racing DE VLN car driven by Oliver Matzenbacher, who's in 2nd place. 3rd place in that C1 class on the same lap as Matzenbacher is RC UK, Brendan Tills, currently behind the wheel of that, but at the front is still the main PC sim racing number 41 Cadillac of Steven Zeka, and it's a 23.3 second lead to the number 46 car of Patrice Langlet. 2 minutes 9.8 for Langlet on the last lap, and a 2 minutes 10.7 for Zeka. So the 46 car has been pulling the gap in by a few tenths on the last few laps, but the gap to Blackadder Motorsport also down to 1 minute and 20 seconds. And as me and Will were saying earlier, that Blackadder car we expect to have to make one less pit stop than the 2 Cadillacs in front. So with 1 hour and 20 minutes to go, Hugo, it is all go in this race still. And I don't think we have Hugo unfortunately with us, so I'll carry on going. But further down in the field in the C4 class, we were talking about the battle between Blackadder and JCL, and it actually looks like the Blackadder car of Jake Fox, the 68, has found his way past the 21 of Misael Cazzoni, so we missed that. But the 68 Blackadder car, we and Will were saying earlier, it was only a matter of time, and it looks like that time has come. The 68 car for Blackadder, so Blackadder having a very good race, leading 2 classes. They lead the C4 Kia class and the C1 class for the BMW. and then in fact they're not leading it. Where am I going from? It's Karcher leading and Blackadder in second. Bit too much excitement there for me, but we got the 41 car currently pitting, which is our race leader. So Steven Zecker is in the pits, and the 46 car, Patrice Langlet, we know it stopped later on the last run. It's carried on the pits, and the Blackadder number 66 car is the one which we will be looking with to see where it comes out in relation to that 41 car. We know that the 41's pits will be shorter than the 66 BMW, but the main car now off the jacks and goes down the pit road, and I'm pretty sure that the 41 car will maintain the second place, but it's got a huge stream of cars in front of it. That's a massive traffic jam. You've got Kias, Cadillacs, Roofs, there's all sorts in that traffic jam, so not the best place for that number 41 car to come out, but it does maintain second place. But he's going to have Braith Morrow on him very soon. Braith Morrow comes across the start finish line now, a time of 2 minutes 9.271 for that number 66 car. But the main story is the 41 car in a lot of traffic, and the first car he's going to have to come across is the Kia Optima, and that is the car of Michel Cozzoni, third place in the Kia class. Then you've got Ernesto Bueno, this 99 car, Andre Castro in the 44 car. And the 44 car is the leader in that class for the rough cars. In second place is the Torque Freak Racing number 81 with Acme Racing Team in third place. That is the 888 car of Yuri Pakinen. But the main PC car, the one that was in the lead, in second place. And if it can get past this traffic it needs to get past this traffic really as quick as possible, because that number 66 car of Braith Morrow will be coming on it pretty quickly if that is the case, where it can't get past it. So it's going to be quite a crucial part of the race for that 41 car, that long line of traffic in front of it. But all this will also allow the 46 car, Patrice Langlet, to maybe pull a bit closer. It's about 21 seconds between the two cars when the 41 pitted, as Langlet crosses the line now to take the overall lead, a time of 2 minutes 10.356. We've had 2 hours and 42 minutes of this race, so just over an hour and a quarter to go, and Patrice Langlet has the lead in the 46 car. That 41 car will maintain second place, and he's managed to get past the Kia already. So the next car in front of him is going to be that number 99 FRT car of Ernesto Bueno, but he's going to also is trying to make a move on the 68 Kia of Jake Fox. So it's all going on as these cars, the second place car looks at lap, he goes down the inside of the Roof and the Kia. There'll be a big speed advantage between that Cadillac and the Kia, and the gap between the two cars now following the pit stop is approximately 43 seconds, 43.3 exactly. And so Blackadder car now goes up the hill. That's number 66. We saw the 41, a 3 minutes 3, that was the pit stop. So this next lap will be its first proper lap, and a 2 minutes 9.545 for Blackadder. And Blackadder are actually currently lapping quicker than the 46 of Patrice Langlet. He did a 2 minute 10.3. So, and Patrice now stuck in a little bit of traffic. He's stuck behind in the carousel, that arsehole cars of Paul Smith, but he goes round the outside, does the 46 car, but he still would have lost a little bit of time stuck behind the Kia. And that arseholes team is one of the teams from the BSR Touring Car Championship of Paul Smith and Jamie Rushroff piloting that car. And the other car from that championship with drivers is the Karcher car, which leads it with Andreas Katz and David Baker behind the wheel. And the 23 car leads quite comfortably from the 68 Blackadder Motorsports car, Jake Fox, who recently took second place from the 21 JCL car. But the 21's JCL car in the pits, it's going to be Sylvain Pomeray to take over the Kia Optima. So the 21 car into the pits from third in class, decided to make a bit of a driver change. And as far as the Kias go, those are the three cars which are really in contention, because we saw earlier on an incident for the R Souls car, which was running in the top 4 in that class and was running on the same lap. That is now dropped to 7 laps behind, and so that is what's going on in that class. And the battle, I think one of the main battles for class lead is really the one between the 64 and the 20 car in the 4GT class. So these two cars separated by, it was about 1.7 seconds when they crossed the line last time round. But looks like Phoenix Motorsport have pulled out a bit of a gap there between themselves and the number 20 car. But there's another Ford GT, that's the number 11 of Claudio Klima, looking very racy indeed. There's a lap behind these two leaders, but his last lap was a 2 minutes 9.142, was a 2 minute 10 for Alessandro Mani. So the car, which is a lap down at number 11, is actually racing a bit quicker. That's a Sim Racing Team Romania car of Claudio Klima. So Klima a little bit quicker than the car in front of him, but they're not on the same lap. As far as the team's championship go, for that class in the Ford GT, that's class 0, the car which was leading the championship at the beginning of the race, 3 Eagle Code, didn't even make a start in this race, so they're going to lose some points. And Zebra 3, who had the best of the first round of the series, find themselves in 3rd place again today. So Zebra 3 are 3rd, and currently driving the number 3 car is Benjamin Chuflandier. So he's in 3rd place, and the car behind him is that Sim Racing Romania team number 11 that we said are looking pretty quick, and in fact they are not far behind that number 3 car really. They're on the same straight, so it looks like class 0 is hotting up with maybe 2 battles, one for the lead and one for 3rd place, so that'll be something to watch as the race goes on. We were talking about class 1, and class 1 has seen a lot of attrition this afternoon, with cars going off seemingly left, right and centre. The Blackadder Motorsports car, number 66, came into this race 7th in the championship, and they are leading the class, but the 2nd place car, Online Sim Racing DE, they're another team who raced in the first round, but they got only, in fact the Online Sim Racing team didn't actually get any points, so looked like they failed to finish that one. We've seen the Meister Motorsports, they're another car who failed to finish. They've had some pretty rotten luck as well today. So as far as the championship goes in class 1, it looks like it's all going to change, because some of the drivers which had a good time at the first round don't seem to be having such a good run of it this time. Obviously TNT Racing 1, who came into the championship 2nd, we saw with Benjamin Lindsay having their issues earlier on, and I believe that car is still running in the C1 class, or is it not running anymore? I don't think it is running anymore, you know. There was an incident earlier on which we saw it come into the pits and it went straight into the paddock. So yeah, 20 laps down and out of the race, which means out of the cars which started, we now actually only have 3 cars remaining, it looks like, from that C1 class. So quite extraordinary when there was 11 of them which started, and there was a bit of contact on the track as well with the number 66 car, that's Braith Morrow, and Braith Morrow's had a bit of contact with one of the RUF cars, and who is that? It is the car into the first corner. He went down the inside, a bit of a desperate lunge, you could say. That's Andre Castro in the 44 car, who was leading the class. He's still going to be leading it, but the replay is coming up now on the screen from Hugo, and as you can see, as they came down towards the first corner, it's a 66 car. Took a little bit of a lunge there, you could say, over that, or the 44 wasn't expecting him to go as quickly as he could. There was contact, both cars going across the gravel, both have continued, but there could be some damage there for that class leading number 44 Super Sport racing car, and that is something which we'll have to keep an eye on for that rough car. But it has quite a gap between the next car, which is a Torque Free racing car, but still not what you want to be happening in a race with this length. We've still got an hour and 10 minutes to go, but the gap between the 46 and 41 car, and the 46 car still out on the track, Patrice Langley, and we know that they had earlier in the race that they could go a bit longer, and you've got to wonder how much longer can they go. Could they make it so that they got there's about an hour and 10 minutes left in this race? I think they'll still have to make another pit stop, but they may try and stretch it out to make that their last pit stop, but I don't think that's quite going to be possible. But if they do, that'll be some work. And third place car overall, Braith Morrow, he did have a gap in the 66 down to 55 seconds to the leader before he had that little bit of contact with the 44 car. In fourth place though overall has come the number 994 car, so Stefan Walder has got ahead of both of the two Ford GT cars of George Stylen and Alexandra Mani, but also we saw the 11 car on the move earlier on, and he's actually made his way past to unlap himself, and he looks like he's about to unlap himself from the class leader as well. So Claudio Klima is about to put himself on the lead lap, you've got to think, of this battle in the 4GT. He dispatched the did he dispatch? No, he hasn't. In fact, it's the Phoenix Motorsport car. He's not the number 20. My apologies there. But he was the number 20 car leading, but it's not. But he's still stuck behind it. But at the same time, the car of Benjamin Choflandier, the third place car, Zebra 3, 211.5 and 211.1. They're running separate times. The Team Arania 211.8. But you feel that the number 11 car may be struggling a little bit behind the number 20. But if he can get past, maybe go a little bit quicker. And Klima's definitely trying to find a way past number 20 car. He's showed his nose a little bit there as well. As a slow Cadillac, it looks like it's going a bit slower, but it seems to be a bit quicker now as it's gone on. And that's the car that's the number 15 Velamax Racing 2 team. That's Richard Caceres. And he's going to let the class leading number 23 and let Carly Klima through as well. Good driving there from Caceres going into turn 5. And that car is quite a way down in its Cadillac class. It's running in 7th place, 4 laps down, but it is still running. As far as we were looking at C1 a minute ago, and I think there's a lot of casualties in C1. Gentleman Race Club and the race leader into the pits, who said he was trying to go a little bit longer, and there is a driver change. It's going to be Joe Demonsure back into the car for this last stint, and the 41 car of Steven Zecker is going to go past. And then there's quite a big gap between the two cars of about 20 seconds before they came in. He will now take the overall lead again. So Steven Zecker back up into the lead, but where the 46 car comes out will be important for in relation to the 66 Blackadder car. Blackadder car now coming up the hill, and I believe the 46 might actually lose 2nd place overall to Blackadder, although it's going to be very close between the two, and he's just going to get out in time. But Blackadder on the brakes, Brave Morrow on the outside, and the number 46 of Demonsure gives him the room. So up into 2nd place overall goes Brave Morrow in the BMW. So we were saying before about how Brave Morrow may be able to still take the lead despite the very long pit stop they had before, and the gap is now down to 50 seconds between the two. In fact, it's less than 50 seconds because the leader car is now the 41 car, and the gap between the 41 and the 66 is 17 seconds. So it looks like Blackadder Motorsports number 66 could be on its way back towards the front of the field. There's about an hour and about 8 minutes to go, so plenty of time for the Blackadder car. And we still think that these Cadillacs may have to make an extra pit stop than the BMW. So with this going on, it looks like that the pendulum is going to swing back in the favour of that number 66 Blackadder car. And we didn't think that was going to be possible when it had the very, very long pit stop. It led for a minute and a half, so it was a very, very bitter blow at the time. But looks like Blackadder have got their heads down. Other than that little incident we saw not very long ago, it seems like they have got themselves back together again and in 2nd place and hunting down the number 41 car, which now leads the race. But the 46 car of Joel Demonsure not far behind it at all, so he might have to go defensive soon, because although he's been attacking for the last few laps, he's now in direct competition with Joel Demonsure for 2nd place overall. The 4th place car overall, that's the Stefan Morda 994 car. A little bit further back of these cars, a 14-second gap back to the 994. And then we have that battle we were talking about before between Phoenix Motorsport and AA Motorsport. But it seems that Phoenix are putting away a bit. George Teenan's last lap, 209.5, whilst the 20 AA car, a 211.5 for Alexandra Romani. So a bit of a difference there between the two, and the sim racing car, the sim racing team Romania car, Claudio Klima has got past it now. So his next target is Benjamin Choflandier, and there is near enough clear track between the two. There's one car in between them, which is a car from the C4 class, and that is Sylvain Pomerade, who is currently racing in 3rd place. That is the JCL sim racing car. As the Blackadder, I think there actually might have been a change for position in that class, unless it's there's a lap difference there enough between those two cars, the 21 and the 68. So that gap has pulled out massively since the last time. But we know that the 21 car has pitted, and we don't think the 68 car is coming in, although it's coming in now. So the 68 Blackadder Motorsports car of Jake Fox stops at his pit box, and will there be a driver change for Blackadder Motorsports? They are currently running second in class, with the only car in front of them being that Karcher car, which has been driven by Andreas Katz, who hasn't pitted yet. So Blackadder, don't know whether they're making a driver change yet. Jake Fox still in the car as he waits for it to be released back onto the track. There will still be time maybe for that car to take a driver change if it's going to change, but we're coming now we're coming up towards the last hour of this race, the 4 hours of the spirit of the VLN from Road America. I'm Dan Blake, and if you're just joining in, welcome to Road America. Quite a thrilling race really, and it's been mainly a battle between Cadillacs and the BMWs, where the BMW class has been severely depleted by a few incidents in the race, but what it has seen is the battle we have at the moment between the number 41 main PC sim racing car being driven by Stefan Zecker and the 66 of Braith Morrow. Although without the pit stop dramas for Morrow, there would not be a race, because Morrow was a minute and a half in front and seems set for victory overall and in class, but he looks pretty set in class. He has a 2-lap lead over the online sim racing DE car. He's just about to put the second lap on it now down the inside as they go in towards turn 1. So that's 2 laps now which the Blackadder car have on the other cars in the class. So total domination in C1 really from Blackadder Motorsports and Braith Morrow. So a fantastic drive from Braith Morrow and his teammate to get themselves into that position. The Blackadder car is still in the pits, with just leaving now Jake Fox. So we'll see where the 21 car is. The 21 car, Silver and Pomerade, just coming out of that last corner going up the hill. So it looks quite likely that Jake Fox will be able to maintain that second position, but it's going to be a close one there, because Sylvain Pomerade is a very quick driver and Jake Fox just coming out of pits now, and it's going to be very close indeed, 68 and 21, and I do believe that our 21 JCL car is going to take position back, and it does. So the JCL sim racing car of Sylvain Pomerade now up into second place in that C4 class, with Jake Fox now about 3 or 4 seconds behind, but the car we're still waiting to see come into the pits in that class will be the car of Andreas Katz. Andreas Katz not pitted in the Kia yet, and he will hand over to David Baker when you would think when they come into the pits. David Baker, who was the Season 7 champion of the British Sim Racers Touring Cars, one of the biggest leagues that the Kia runs, so he's got plenty of experience in his Kia Optimas, and the BSRTC sees between 40 and 50 drivers a season battle it out in order to become the best of the Kia, and it's a series that I'd recommend watching if you haven't watched before. So the BSRTC, a very good proving ground for these Kia drivers, with Karcher and also the team from R Souls, who have had a bit of problems in the race, but they're still running. They are running about 8 laps down, but the next car to them is in the pits at the moment, 451, not enough PK Racing, Pedro Van Balen. So that'll be a task, I think, for R Souls for the rest of the race, will be to try and get a position back from Not Enough PK, because they're the only 2 cars really in a similar proximity. M&J Racing Team 2 laps in front of them. So in the C4, if our Souls can make a move on Not Enough PK, that may be a bit of a consolation for them. But as the pits are getting very, very hectic, and the 23 Karcher car of Andreas Katz is coming in, he pits, no, it's just about to stop at his pit box. So the C4 car of Andreas Katz into the pits, and will it be David Baker coming in, or will it stay Andreas Katz in that Kia Optima? And just while we see the pit stop, the battle between the 41 main and 66 Blackadder up to 16.8 seconds, although he's not being able to shake off the 46. That's 18.4 seconds back, so not too far. There's about a gap of about 1.6 seconds between these 2 cars. But what I'm looking at now is the Andreas Katz pit stop, the number 23, our leader in the C4 class for Karcher Racing. We saw in the pit stops that the number 23 car was able to, the number 21 JCL car was able to leapfrog the 68 car, and the Karcher car has such a gap over these 2. They've only just unlapped themselves from Andreas Katz, so it does look like that the Karcher car number 23 will keep the lead throughout this pit stop sequence. Something we haven't really focused on for a little bit is the battle in the RUF, the rough pass. We saw the 44 Super Sport car of Andre Castro have contact with the 66 Blackadder car, but it looks like there's not been too much damage to that car. It's still putting in some very quick lap times, 2:14.6, but there has been a change for second place in that class. Sim Racing Eke, Ralph Loranowski on board that car, is now ahead of Talk Freak Racing Stefan Coppins. So we said before it was up to second, but now it has dropped down to third, Talk Freak Racing's car. So Sim Racing Eke second, Talk Freak Racing third, and in fourth place Ernesto Bruno for FRT. Acme Racing's 888 Justin Mabello in fifth position. We've spoken about the C4 class quite a bit recently, and Andreas Katz is the man who will stay in the car. So Andreas Katz going out for what looks like to be another stint there, and there may be David Baker to finish the race, because the Kias will have to make another pit stop. They won't be able to go an hour on this fuel load, so we'll see them in. But it's a massive gap to JCL as they come out the first corner. JCL only just going through the kinks, so a big lead there. And we're looking at the battle for the lead. Starts up for Steven Zecker for the 41, 210.0. Brave Morrow, a 209.9, so only a tenth of a second gain there for Brave Morrow. But it is worth remembering that it looks like the Cadillacs will have to make the extra pit stop to the BMW, so that could be what swings the race in the BMW's favour. However, the BMW will have to take a slightly longer pit stop than the Cadillac, so with an hour to go, that is something to look at. But I think in terms of pace, that there's not much actually between the Cadillac and the BMW, because the number 46 car of Joe DiMenso in third place is actually lapped 9/10 of a second quicker on the last lap than that second place BMW. So it looks like that DiMenso is not going to let Brave Morrow have a free run of it as such, and as we come up to the hour mark, Brave Morrow's pit window will be in about 2 or 3 laps time, I predict. We saw that the BMWs were lasting about an hour on their pit stop strategy before, so Brave Morrow will be due into the pits very soon. I reckon it'll be the next 5 to 10 minutes we'll see that number 66 car come into the pits, and when it does, it will lose some of that advantage back. But this is a sort of, what's interesting is that with the as things are at the moment, this could be what it looks like after the Cadillac last pit stop, because the Blackadder car will drop down probably a minute or so behind the Cadillacs, but the Cadillacs will have a shorter pit stop time. So as we come to the concluding part of this race, this really could be where things change in the pit stop. But Brave Morrow is still going on, and if he's only 3-4 seconds at the end of the race, you have to feel he may be kicking himself over that contact at turn 1 with the 44 Super Sport racing car which they had. So Brave Morrow last lap of 209.5, but Steven Zecker again 3/10 quicker. So that Cadillac certainly making light work of it, and very similar time for Demon Shower, 209.6. So only a tenth of a second separating the BMW and the Cadillac, and it just shows that the balance of performance in this series really is good, because these two cars, they are pretty similar in ways, but they're very different in others. But they're running at a very close pace, and Demon Show is going to have to slipstream of that BMW of Brave Morrow as they go down to turn 5. He tries to make a move, but it's a very harsh defensive move there for Brave Morrow. He moved straight over. He let Demon Show know his intention straight away, that he was going to defend that move and defend it fiercely. So Monster Energy Endurance 2 car not able to get past the 66 Blackadder Motorsports car, and although they're not fighting for a class position in separate classes, this is for second place overall in the race, so some bragging rights at stake here, and they're both 17 seconds behind our race leader, so they're not at the moment out of a chance of winning, which will be in both of these teams' minds as well, because we've seen lots of things happen to cars who were leading and have been cruelly taken away. One of those cars that we saw having an issue was that number 19, the JCI Sim Racing Cadillac, I think it was earlier on, which had a very good run until a wheel on the dirt saw it go off, taking in that one of the Kias with it, unfortunately. But really, this has been an interesting first 3 hours, and as we come to the conclusion of the race in an hour or so, just under an hour's time, there'll be a lot of the unanswered stories will be answered. But something which we saw with the Ford GT class, that 64 car of Juris Thailand, really has pulled away from the number 20 of Alexander Manu. They came out of the pits near enough together, but there's a good 15-second gap being pulled by the Phoenix Motorsport 64 car. And as I said earlier, the Phoenix Motorsports team are not, they're certainly not strangers to this Ford GT. We saw them in the Neo Endurance Series racing with that Ford GT at Kota last weekend. Had a very good result there, so looking to back that up with another good one today as it goes past the Talk Freak racing car there of Stefan Coppens on the run up to line. That car of Stefan Coppens up to second place again, so Sebastian Shelby has made a pit stop in Sim Racing Eki, and I think Shelby has actually just entered the car. He wasn't driving it last time that we saw that car in the number 75, so it looks like the rough cars are making a pit stop now, and I don't think it quite will be their final pit stop, but it depends really on the fuel. But I think we may see them come in one more time for pit stop. But Blackadder have lost a lot of time on that last lap because they're in the pits. We said they were due a pit stop, and it's Patrick Grunald who's going to get back into the car. So Patrick Grunald, who led the race earlier and lost it in the pit stop when they had the problem with the driver change or with the pit crew, whatever it was. There was a problem with that pit stop, which saw them lose a lot of time. But they are now going to be coming back out, and there has been a position change for the Ford GTs. Number 11 car, we saw Claudio Klima going very quickly. We said he was going to be trying to catch up on Benjamin Trufflandier, and Trufflandier is not quite made the move yet, but he's under a lot of pressure from Claudio Klima. It's caught right up to that number 3, the Zebra 3 car. But in the meantime, we'll go back to have a look at that 66 car, which has just come out of the pits now. So Patrick Grunald back out, and he's lost a position to the online sim racing car. So I would say he's down into 6th place overall at the moment for the Blackadder car, down in 6th overall. So, but that will change. So as we know, we've still got a lot of pit stops to go in this last hour. We've got about 53 minutes to go, so pit stops to come yet, and I still think that the Cadillacs will have to make an extra pit stop to what the Blackadder car has made. So the Blackadder number 66 car will be on the move, and we saw it climb up as far as 2nd place before they ran the pit stops, and 2nd place, 17, 18 second gap it was. It's going to be extremely tight at the end of this race. You can see the Blackadder car maybe getting within maybe 10 seconds or so, but I don't think it's quite going to have enough. But that's another story to be told in the last part of this race. Going to have a look, see what's happening. We said it before about C4 class. Andreas Katz a long way ahead of the Sylvain Pomerade. Sylvain Pomerade, that's up a 2:19.3, whilst Andreas Katz at 2:16.3. So Andreas Katz really is the man in this C4 class, putting in some fantastic lap times. So Andreas Katz looks set. It's too early to say to guide the Karcher team to victory. He's certainly guiding them to a very, very good place. And the Blackadder car, we said they were battle before with Jake Fox and Silva, the Pomerade, the 21 car, and it looks like they're running quite similar lap times, but Jake Fox, having already passed that 21 car once, will be hoping that he'll be able to get past it. And I said before about the battle between the Not Enough PK and Arseholes. It seems Not Enough PK have hit problems and are 3 laps down on the Arseholes team, and Arseholes has been driven by Jamie Rushworth at the moment. So another very quick Kia driver, Jamie Rushworth. So that 108 car, don't think it's going to go any other further positions. They've got 2 laps to catch on the M&J car, currently driven by Marco Luca Abate, although that car, the 333 car, in the pits currently. So that is something to keep an eye on maybe. But the number 41 car just going past the Super Sport car, which leads the rough class. So the overall race leader overtaking a rough lead class leader, and the last lap for Steven Zecker at 2:10.8. So it looks like he may have been held up a little bit in traffic that last lap, because Joel Monsieur is going to come across the line now to complete a time of a 2:09.7. So the gap now down to 18 seconds, and that battle was not only for the lead but of course for the Cadillac class as well. That's the overall and class battle. The Phoenix, we said before about the Phoenix Motorsport car, that's just pulling away further and further by the lap. The last lap for that car was a 2:10.1 for both of them, in fact, so very close. But that Phoenix Motorsports car has consistently been able to pull the gap, and it looks like at the Skippy race they're under caution, so a bit of excitement for Will Vincent over at the other races with RaceSpot doing double duty here this evening, and unfortunately, some might say you've got me, Dan Blake, for the VLN endurance race, and Will Vincent's got a bit of excitement for the skippies, but I think we're going to have a bit more excitement in this race yet. We're not quite finished yet for as far as excitement goes. I think that number 66 Blackadder team will actually be able to come. It'll be interesting to see how far they come towards the back of that, the two Cadillacs which lead the race, and I think there will be a little bit of a fight, shall we say, between those 3 cars. Well, it's certainly, but I think they'll be close to the 41 car. And Blackadder Motorsport, 2:07.3 for Patrick Renaud. So the Patrick Renaud car is definitely on a move. That's about 3 seconds quicker than the last lap for Steven Zecca. That was 2:10.8, and Zecca under pressure now. He's got caught behind some traffic at position. He didn't want to catch it really, but going over the hill he's managed to get past. But yes, maybe another slow time for Zecca, 2:09.0, so not quite as slow as his last lap. That's quite a quick lap in comparison really, but how much time would he have lost to the Monster Energy car, which is just going to come up the hill now towards the start finish line. So, and we have a crash for the number 666, I believe. The KPR Sim Racing Team Phoenix has had an accident. Gonna try and have a look at that. The 66, in fact, my apologies. That's the BMW. So Blackadder Motorsports were looking good, but it sounds like they've had a crash. So we're gonna have a look back and see what's happened there for the 66. But it looks like they may have had some problems there. And so Hugo has shown you the incident already, so number 66 car has now lost a bit more time, unfortunately, to the cars that it was trying to catch up. So Blackadder Motorsports, but the car behind it, they're coming out of Canada corner. That's Juha-Pekka Laumi, Grip TV, well-known, one of the well-known YouTube streamers. So, and I've got to say that the YouTube streamers, they do on the whole do a lot of good things for iRacing, getting the iRacing calls out to people who may not know about it. So people like Juha-Pekka Laumi, you see like an Empty Box, people like that. It's good to see them racing in events like this as well, because I'm pretty sure you might see a video of this race on his YouTube channel eventually for Juha-Pekka Laumi, if he's not live now even. So the YouTube channels of some of these drivers, which they put up, very entertaining stuff, and it does give you another view of the racing as such. So just to see what it's like to actually race, because you can watch a broadcast like this, but also for some of the races you can see people actually racing themselves from their homes. So very good to have a sort of a dual sort of ways of watching iRacing. But this is where the main action is on the broadcast, and the number 66 car losing a bit of time now on the last lap of 2:14.1, as we said, with a bit of an incident there. So they will have a bit more time to catch up, and all these little mistakes they're making, we saw the one earlier with the roof, there's another one there, that's about 10 seconds now they've lost as a result of having off. So if there's 10 seconds by the end, they'll be ruined that really. And Patrick Renaud, I'm quite surprised, because Patrick Renaud had a very good first stint in the car and he was doing very well. So a little slight mistake from Patrick, and that's the first one I think we've really seen from him today, but it could be pretty costly. But speaking of gaps coming down, that Monster Energy 2, 209.4 for Joel Dimasura, down now to 17.4 seconds. So, although there's about 45 minutes left of this race, we're coming up now to the last 3/4 of an hour. You could see that I don't think there's going to be enough time there for him to catch up, unless there's a little incident. We've seen quite a few cars have incidents. The attrition rate has been quite fierce in the Spirit of VLN race here at Road America, so anything can happen, but we don't really want to see more incidents. There's been enough of those today, as it is already. But I'll give you a quick rundown through the top 10. We got the 41 car leading the race and in this class, that's Steven Zecker, with the 46 Cadillac second. In third place is the first of our 4 GTs, that's a 64 car of Joris Toylen, and he's consistently pulling away from that number 20 car, Alexander Mani. It's now up to nearly 20 seconds, so that gap has pulled out. And then in the fifth place, you have the 994 car, the online simracing.de car, which is running third in the Cadillac class. Sixth place is our leader in the BMW class, that's C1 Blackadder Motorsports number 66. Had a very, very eventful race, but still running well in sixth place. And when the pit stops happen for the cars in front, who knows, you could end up getting quite a bit higher than that. Seventh place is a 39 Blue Flag Racing Cadillac, currently being driven by Mark Warmington. That is the first car to drop a lap down on our leaders. Eighth place is Grip TV Nation 4 David Hotrider in the 33. Ninth place is Zebra 3, that is Benjamin Trufflandier. And the number 11 car, the 4GT, which was Claudio Klima, has in fact dropped down a lot of times. It's made a pit stop for number 11, and the car has now been driven by Silvio Lazar. So Silvio Lazar now behind the wheel at number 11 car. That's the car that rounds out the top 10. So our top 10, we have cars from 3 different classes. Then as we go down to see the C4 class, which is the slowest class we have racing today, is Andreas Katz for Karcher, who's led the race for most of it really. He hasn't made too many mistakes. There's a bit of a damage to the front of that Karcher Kia, but he's the one who has led near enough the entirety of the race. He's got a quite big lead over Sylvain Pomerade in the second place, and the gap between him and Jake Fox has stabilised really. In the last run we saw Jake Fox catch up the 21 car and overtake it, but this time it doesn't look like that's the case with that one. So unfortunate there for the number 68. It doesn't look like at the moment they're going to be able to make too much time up on that. But the rough class, we've got the 44 car lead, and that's Andre Castro for Super Sport Racing. Second place is the 81 Stephen Coffins for Torque Freak Racing. The gap between those two, probably about 15-20 seconds. They're running a very similar lap time, it's near enough the exact 10th, although Torque Freak Racing were a 10th quicker that time by. And in third place is Sim Racing Eki, and the gap between Sim Racing Eki and Torque Freak Racing has gone up quite a bit, but Sim Racing Eki made a pit stop quite recently, about 15-20 minutes ago, which sees them down in third place. Acme Racing in fourth, Justin Rebello, and then in fifth place Ernesto Bueno for the FRT team. Sixth in the rough class 991 Marcel Unger currently behind the wheel of that one, and another one of the Blackadder Motorsports entries, number 67, driven by Richard Brazier, and that's currently 21st overall and running 7th in class. And how many cars do we still have running, I wonder? That is the question. We've seen a lot of retirements. The Eagle 3 did not even start the race. Sim Race Drivers Team 2 didn't start. Early retirements, Gentleman Race Club, we've got Sim Race Drivers Team 2, Velamax Racing Team, Arcadia Racing, Mario Kart Double Dash, TNT Racing, VE Racing, KPR Sim Racing Team Phoenix, JCL Sim Racing Cadillac. We saw have a quite dramatic end to their race, but there's currently 31 cars on track, so out of the 46 that took the start, we are down to 31 cars. So as you can tell, we've lost nearly a third of this field, so the rate of attrition quite high in this VLN race, and the spirit of the VLN is proven to be a very entertaining series to cover today. It was the 41 main PC sim racing car still in the lead, but you wonder what's going to happen with that number 66 BMW. It's dropped a bit more time. It's now 141 between the two cars, and as he crosses the line, the Cadillac is just coming around, the leading Cadillac of Steven Zecker, just coming around calendar corner. So if the 66 car is going to make a bid to try and win this race, he's going to have to start getting a move on pretty quickly, because coming up to 40 minutes to go, we know that the Cadillacs are more than likely, if not certain, to have to make another pit stop in this race, so that will help deduct some of the time. But the Cadillacs do not stop for as long as the BMWs, but I still think we could be in for quite a good 15-20 minutes to go at the end of this race, when there may be a chance we can see a BMW v Cadillac battle like we saw earlier on with that JCL sim racing car and the 66 Blackadder car. It's quite a shame that we lost Jake Moore really, and the Mikester 223 Motorsports car, because that was another car earlier on that was running very well until they had a couple of offs, and that car is retired. They're 45 laps down, and we have a spinner on track. That is the number 33 car, Grip TV Nation 4. So a spin for David Hochrider, and that is at the last corner. We've seen that happen a few times. We've got a replay coming up on the screen now, and what you'll see is he gets a bit wide into the last corner, goes on the grass, and that grass, very, very slippery, spits him across the track. And fortunately for him, there weren't any cars really in a close proximity, so it's a bit of a solo spin. I think he just about, no he didn't, in fact he does make contact with the wall on that left hand side of the front of the car, so maybe some damage there for David Hochreiter, but I don't think it's anything too serious, although he is coming into the pits from that, so he may have some wheel damage to fix unfortunately from that. So wheel damage or suspension sees David Hochreiter, who was running 8th overall in the race, now drop down. He will drop down in the pit. So unfortunately that number 33 car having a spin at the last corner, but that last corner has claimed quite a few victims so far in this race, and there's another one. And as me and Will were saying earlier, the grass at Road America really does seem to be very unforgiving. So we've seen incidents like the kink as well there, but it looks like Patrick Brunel goes past that stricken number 33 car. Brunel's last up at 207.9, and the two cars in front a lot slower in fact. So the main PC leader, the Steven Zecker 41 car, did a 2 minute 10.1, whilst Joel Demon Sarah 2 minute 10.9. So the cars are definitely a little bit slower that lap, but that could be attributed down to traffic. But the AA Motorsports car looks like they made a pit stop. Alexandre Lacroix is now in the car, so they have made a driver swap, and it's Alexandre Lacroix who is in the car for AA Motorsport. And that car was at one point within 2-3 seconds of Phoenix Motorsports after the pit stop for the last time, but very close together. But an inspired stint from Joel Steelen has seen the Phoenix Motorsport 64 car seemingly drive away from that number 20 car, but there's still a pit stop to go for Phoenix Motorsports, and we've seen the Phoenix Motorsports car pull away, so number 20 AA Motorsport car may be able to catch up again. We've seen during the course of a stint that it can be done, that the drivers can pull away or be caught quite quickly depending on the drivers in the car, so that'd be an interesting one to watch towards the end of the race. Looking on progress for Blackadder Motorsport, number 66 car currently in 5th place, but not long to go at all before they kick the next car with John Philip Weed. He's caught up behind that car of Andreas Katz, and the Blackadder Motorsports car catches a lot of time purely because that the Cadillac caught up the Kia in the wrong place. So the car, which has had a couple of incidents, Blackadder, being driven currently by Patrick Runald, is now right on the tail of that 994 car, being driven by John Philip Weed in the Cadillac. So as they come out of the last corner, and they're just approaching it now, we've seen, you just want to go a little bit too wide. Brunel does. We just saw what happened to the Grip TV car when you get a little bit wide of that corner, but the Cadillac speed in a straight line should be pretty much equal to the BMW, so he won't be able to do anything about it now. But the car of Patrick Brunel, number 66 Blackadder Motorsports, will be looking to take the 4th position from the 994 Cadillac. Coming into the first corner, Brunel gets a little bit closer, but that Cadillac has a little bit of extra grunt, although the BMW does seem to pull a little bit more, as then the exit is where the BMW seems to have a little bit of an advantage, and under braking for turn number 3. So the two cars now going down the back straight, the 994 car in 4th place and the 66 in 5th. This is where you see the Cadillac strength of the speed kick in as it goes down the straight, but these two cars are 1 minute and 36 seconds behind our race leader, so a bit of time between them. And now this is that's a great move from Blackadder Motorsport. Patrick Runald came from a long way back on the number 994 car, but it's a fantastic move. No contact made, he makes it stick and put Blackadder Motorsports number 66 up into 4th place, but they got a long way to go to catch up the next car, which is the Phoenix Motorsports car, which is about 50 seconds up the road. But you've got to remember that Phoenix Motorsports 64 car is due into the pits before the end of this race, with it being we've seen with the 20 car coming not long ago, and in the background I saw a car there going a bit wide, and that's our race leader. So Steven Zetcher in the 41 car going down to turn 5, going very wide indeed, and he's probably, by my recollection, probably lost 4 or 5 seconds just from that one mistake. So Steven Zetcher maybe getting a little bit tired, just a little bit of fatigue setting in, just a little loss of concentration, and he has lost a bit of time there. But the Monster Energy car, the last lap for that car was very slow as well, 2:11.4. So it looks like we're starting to see a few little mistakes creeping in now towards the end of this race, which has about 35 minutes left to run. You're watching RaceSpotTV's coverage of the Spirit of VLN. I'm Dan Blake commentating we've been commentating now for nearly an hour on my own. Will Vincent joined me earlier along with Cam Walsh, but both of them have had other commitments and had to shoot, so it's me in the commentary box for the last half an hour or so. Hugo Louis on cameras as well, so big thank you to Hugo for providing with the pictures that we can see on the screen now as the number 41 car comes down Bill Mitchell towards the last corner, and this lap time is caught up a Kia in a very slow position as well, so it's going to be quite a slow lap time for Steven Zetcher with a combination of a mistake and the fact he's caught a Kia really where he doesn't want to be catching it. So he'll cross the line now. I wouldn't be surprised to see it in the 2:10 bracket, maybe even slower, 2:11.1, so he has lost a bit of time there, but his car in second place, the 46, had a similar lap the last time it came by as well. That was a 2:11.4, so a little bit slower, but he's coming up the hill now, the 46 car. That's a Monster Energy Endurance car of Joel Demercier, and the gap was 22.2 at the end of the last lap. It's now come down to 21.4, so a 2:10.3 for the Monster Energy car. It didn't take maybe as much as it could have done, so it looks like the gap between those two is pretty stable at between 18 to 20 seconds. So I think that number 41 car's main rival could well be the Blackadder Motorsports car, as the Phoenix car 64 Ford GT leading its class comes over the line to start another lap. So I thought that car might be due in imminently, but it looks like it's going to go out for another lap now at least. So, and that car is running similar lap times to the leaders, 2:11.0, although the Monster Energy Endurance car did the 2:10.3, but the Phoenix Motorsports Ford GT is there or thereabouts on lap times. But it's this BMW you've got to look for. It's 3 seconds a lap faster. The last lap was 2:07.7, and it looks like that Patrick Renault's had quite a clear lap this one as well. So he's going to complete his 94th lap in a minute. He takes the last corner, clips a little bit of dirt and dust on the way up, but now he is coming up that hill to under the bridge. And as he crosses the line, what's his lap time going to be? It's another 2:07, a 2:07.8. So he's caught 4 seconds up that lap, near enough, on the leader. So at that sort of rate, you've got to still think that when these come into pits, the Cadillacs, that Patrick Renault could still be a factor for this race lead and for the race win overall. He's pulled away quite a margin over John Philip Weed in just a lap. He's closed. The gap has gone up to about 4 and a bit seconds over the course of a lap and a half. So that Blackadder car really is on the move at the moment. And as I said before, we currently have 6 cars still on the lead lap. The last car on the lead lap is the number 24 GT, although our race leader Steven Zetcher is catching that one pretty quickly. And that was a quick lap from the leader, but he's caught a bit wide there into the first corner. The back end slid out. He did well to hold it, but another moment there for our race leader, the number 41 car. And as he started lap 96, that probably was a bit of a heart in the mouth moment. He just turned into the corner, back end slipped out. Man, he just about controlled it, went across the dirt. We'll have lost a little bit of time, but more importantly, he's still in this race. But it's a few little errors starting to creep in from these leading cars, and that could be we saw Blackadder number 66 with the BMW make a few mistakes hitting. He was involved in a couple of incidents, but at the moment it looks like the BMW is the quicker car. And as Will and myself were saying earlier, there isn't too much difference between the lap times, but it just seems like the BMW towards the end of the runs is catching a lot up on the Cadillac's new tyres. So that Blackadder car can get the gap down a bit further, can make for a very interesting last half an hour. And speaking of interesting, that 64 Phoenix car is making its final pit stop. So Joe is stealing into the pits, and it had quite a gap over the AA Motorsport number 20 car, as that's now just coming up to the kink. So you've got to think the Phoenix Motorsport car will keep that first place in class, and for Phoenix Motorsports, that will be a successful day. Of course, winning the race will be successful, but the Phoenix Motorsports, they had quite a nice run at COTA as well for Neo last week. That was one of the front running cars there. As it comes out of the pits now, where was the number 20 car? And the answer is not even at the last corner. So Phoenix Motorsports still have quite a healthy lead in that Ford GT class, but Blackadder have got past it. So new Blackadder, number 66, up into 3rd place. So that Blackadder car, as we said before, it was slowly start to creep up, and that is the case. So the only 2 cars separating Blackadder Motorsports from taking the lead back are the 41 main PC car and that 46 Monster Energy Endurance car of Joe DiMansu. But looks like a bit of traffic maybe coming up now for our race leader. He's got Marco Luca Abate for M&J Racing Team, and the number 67 Blackadder car of Richard Brazier. Now I don't think we'll see any real team orders yet at this stage of the race with some of the slower Blackadder cars, maybe making things a little bit more difficult for the leaders than maybe they should do. I don't think we're going to see any of that quite yet, but later in the race, if there's a stage where the Blackadder car is catching pretty quickly, you may see that sort of thing. You never know, a little bit of a team tactics, shall we say, but at the moment not really necessary, because that Blackadder car is running about 3 seconds a lap quicker than its rivals at the moment and taking chunks out of it at that pace. But he's going to maybe have a bit of an interesting here, because he's got 2 cars in front of him. There's a Ford GT overtaking a roof, and the roof is Ernesto Bueno, who's gone past, and Patrick Reynolds on the other end. That was very close there. Ford GT of Frank Newman cut the nose off there. He was not going to let him up the inside line there. So that's the car of Frank Newman, the motor car number 53. So going into Canada corner, that was nearly a moment for the 66 car. I think his nose nearly chopped off there by the 53 car, but he's now going to go past the Ford GT. So number 66 car makes the move stick this time, but another very close moment for that Blackadder car. So the Blackadder Motorsports car up into 3rd place, and there is no, currently there's the first 2 cars not been into the pits, but you've got to think their pit window will be pretty shortly, because we've got half an hour near enough of this race to go, down to the last 27-28 minutes, and it's pretty likely they will have to make another pit stop. So the number 41 car on lap number 97, so coming up soon to 100 laps, and the Kia behind all over the grass there. Not the fastest way to take the corner. That is Marco Luca Abate, who now goes into the pits. So maybe some damage to that car, which caused it to go off the track, given the benefit of the doubt there as it comes straight into the pits following that moment. But the main number 41 car of Steven Zecker, a 2:11.4, so they're definitely losing time towards the end of this run for one reason or another on that BMW number 66 car. But the Monster Energy car, 2:09.6 for Joel Demon's show. That's 1.8 seconds quicker, and the gap now back below 20 seconds, 19.4. I know me and Will spoke earlier about it, but in endurance racing you do see it happen occasionally. Gaps closing in and stretching out again. But it looks like that the Blackadder car, the number 66 car, really is in contention for possibly victory. I wouldn't put it past it. There was a 20-second gap between the monster car and the main car, which the Blackadder one was in between before it had its last pit stop. And that Blackadder BMW and Patrick Renaud really flying at the moment, consistently lapping in 207, 208 range, whilst the Cadillacs in front are struggling a bit, 209, 210, 211. So they're consistently getting a couple of seconds a lap, and these couple of seconds a lap could be crucial becoming the end of the race, as now Patrick Renaud in the 66 goes up the hill to start another lap. It'll be lap number 98 for him as well, and his last lap is going to be a 2:08.7. So again, he's taken a bit more time out of the cars in front of him. He's taken nearly 3 seconds out of the 41, the leader, and 2 seconds out of the second place car. So on tyres at the moment, that Blackadder car seems to be performing a lot better than the Cadillacs in front of him. And the battle, as we said, for the Ford GT is between the Phoenix Motorsports and the number 30, the 64 Phoenix Motorsports car, a long way clear now. The number 20 car, that is a good 22 seconds separating those cars, although it's gone down a little bit now. He's the car of Alexander Lacroix, 209.7, 64 208.8. So in fact, Mo Phoenix's car was quicker that time by, and the gap is now definitely 22 seconds. So that's what's going on with that. In the battle for, have a look at the rough class. Andre Castro still looks pretty comfortable in the lead of that class. Talk Freak Racing, Stefan Coppins in second place, with Sim Racing Eki in third, with Sebastian Shelby. Seems like we saw the Grip Nation TV car still in the pit lane, that Cadillac which we saw hit the barrier. And the 41 car into the pit, so the race leader Stefan Zeka is into the pits, so this will be interesting. He's stopped and now he's coming back out again, so just catching the end of that pit stop for Zeka. The Monster Energy car has come past, but where is Blackadder? Blackadder is still quite a way behind the main PC Sim Racing car, so as that goes into turn 1, Blackadder, I don't think we're even there, not even at Bill Mitchell, so there is still quite a gap between the 41 and the 66. So, and also with the new tyres, I don't think you'll see that the 66 will catch it at quite as quick of a rate, but I think the battle may be between the 46 and the 66 towards the end of the race, but the 41 may just be a little bit clearer to avoid that. So Joel Demon Shell in that 46 Monster Energy car is going to have to put the foot down a little bit further, because I think he may be at risk from that number 66 Blackadder car. Not too much time between those two. Well, there is quite a bit of time between the two actually, because he's just coming out of the carousel and down towards the kink, whereas the Blackadder car is coming out turn 3. So actually quite a big sizable gap between the Monster Energy car and Blackadder. So we said before, Blackadder may be contention for the win, but after seeing that pit stop from main PC, it could be actually that it's going to be it's going to be an enthralling end to the race. As we say before, until the last half an hour you don't really know what the position of play is, and we'll know what position of play is as soon as that 46 Monster Energy car comes into the pits. Although he's about to start his 100th lap, so we've hit lap 100 at Road America. 46 car staying out, we know that it stays out longer on a stint than the 41 car, which means I have to take, you can take a bit less fuel than the 41 did. So the pit stop time between the Monster Energy number 46 and that 41 main car will be a bit lower, so we could see that gap. We should see the gap lower a little bit between the front two, because the Monster car will have to take less fuel with it being a little bit longer on its run. So that's another thing to factor in. And we'll see the gap between the main car and the Blackadder number 66 BMW this time round. The gap between the 46 and the 41, 31 seconds. And the Blackadder car, I would say, is probably at least another 30 seconds behind that as well. So the gap between the main PC Sim Racing 41 Cadillac and the 66 Blackadder has drawn out a bit further, but we do know that the Cadillac pit stops are a little bit longer. Well, not longer, shorter even. It's the BMW with longer pit stops. BMW do have a longer pit stop than the Cadillacs. As he comes across the line now, Patrick Renaud, the gap between himself and the main PC car, 32 seconds. So a very, very big gap, and with only 23 minutes to go, it looks pretty unlikely that we'll see Patrick Renaud take victory. But when that Monster Energy car comes in, number 46 car, it might be a bit closer, but having to take less fuel, it's going to be very interesting to see the way this race ends. But definitely, it's been enthralling racing at Road America, really has been. So definitely been an entertaining race for us all on RaceSpotTV. Gonna now have a look, haven't checked the Kias for a while. I think it's pretty much status quo there. And yep, Karcher's still leading, although they have changed driver. David E. Baker, the Season 7 BSRTC champion, behind the wheel now of that Karcher car. And the battle between second and third in that class between number 21 JCL and 68 Blackadder has neutralised. In fact, it hasn't neutralised at all, because yes, it has, my bad. It looks like the Blackadder car has actually lost a bit of time on the 21 JCL car. It's actually nearly a lap between those cars, so somewhere along the way there's been a problem for the number 68 Blackadder car, which has now been driven by John King. So somewhere along the line it seems the 68 has lost a lot of time, because it was actually racing with that JCL sim racing car at one point. So a lot of time has been lost by that number 68 car to see it that far back. But 4th place in the class, you have the M&J racing car. It's currently been driven by Jonathan Marcinetti. And 5th place, the 108 R Souls car, Jamie Rushworth behind the wheel of that one. And still running, although 4 laps back of R Souls is not enough. PK Racing 451 Pedro Van Barlen. But the car we're going to be looking at now is going to be the 46 car that leads the race, Joel Diminisher, making a move down the inside there as they came. That's the car of Stefan Coppins. He's just overtaken to put another lap on the Talk Freak racing car, running 2nd in his class, Stefan Coppins. So a good run for Talk Freak Racing in 2nd place. But as the leader comes, you wonder how much later can the leader pit than the 41 car. The 41 car has made its pit stop already and about to start. Joe Jimenez coming down towards, come through the kink, about to go braking for Canada corner to start, and he'll be coming up to start lap 102 soon. So we've got about 18-19 minutes to go, and it is going to be near enough a splash and dash, you've got to think, for this Cadillac, which is the 46 car Monster Energy. And if it is a very short pit stop for them, this could play right into their hands, as I said earlier, to catch up with the 41 car. It's going to go out for another lap, it looks like. So the Monster Energy car is going to stretch its fuel out to another lap, and the Monster Energy car, Joe Demonsul, and the lap time 209.7, which is pretty competitive. Steven Zeckler's last lap, despite the fact he's pitted, only a 209.0, so he's taken a little bit of time per lap, but not great amounts. And I think during the pit stop phase we'll see this gap definitely close between these two cars. And it looks like, unfortunately for Blackadder, and in fact Blackadder, that spinning around there, there's a car spinning in front of the Blackadder car. That was a bit of a hairy moment, a car spinning across the track, and it was the Blackadder 69 car of Syandra. So Syandra having a very, very dramatic moment, and it's that exit corner again for the kink. Exactly the same we saw Jake Moore do earlier, near enough, apart from it snaked a little bit longer, he tried to hold on to it, and that must have been a heart-stopping moment for the 66 car, which had to go across the grass to avoid it. We're going to see the replay of that now on the screen, but a very lucky escape for both Syandra in that rough car, the number 69 Blackadder car, and also for its teammate, which is leading the class, remember, in C1, that's a BMW. So I think there probably might be some yeah, definitely a bit of excitement, shall we say, for those Blackadder drivers. And you've got, if those two cars had collided, that would have been catastrophic for them. But luckily no contact made, and they both go on their way again. But the leader now, as we said before, he's now coming down to the corner where we were at. He's coming down to Canada corner. He's got a car in front of him, Mark Warmington, who he's going to try and lap, but Warmington not giving him the inside line there. Warmington, who is actually now back on the lead lap as a result of the pit stop for the 41 main car. So the number 39 still on the lead lap, Mark Warmington, at the moment. So we've got 7 cars currently on the lead lap, and the 46 car's gone a bit wide there into the last corner, but recovered it well. But now is the moment for the 46. Joel Demaseo into the pit lane. He goes up the hill. He's going to reduce the speed to the pit lane speed limit. He hits the speed limit line, and this will be interesting now, because the main PC car 41 is just coming towards Bill Mitchell now towards the last corner. So I do think he will take the lead back for the 41 car. He definitely will take the lead back unless it's an extremely short pit stop. And I don't think it's going to be that short, because he's just coming up the hill now. So Steven Zecker for number 41 car, main PC sim racing, the Cadillac, takes the lead back from the 46 Monster Energy car, which will be now 2nd place overall, 2nd in class, and that is a short pit stop. We said it might be quite a short pit stop for the Monster Energy car, and it's all up, it's been fueled, and away it goes. But there is quite a gap between itself and the 41 car. But also it's the Blackadder, which we said might have been in contention for a shot at these Cadillacs. is going to have to get a move on pretty quickly, because there still is quite a gap between the 46 and the 66. Although that BMW will take its class lead, it should take the class win, because it's got 3 laps over its next competitor, the 992 online sim racing.de car. So it really has dominated the C1 class, although that's not entirely fair. At the start of the race they did have some competition, but they managed to outlast the competition. We saw the cars from the Mikester Motorsports and TNT Racing, who I think probably would have been their main competitors in that class, both have incidents, both crash out, and as a result it has meant that they're the team 3 laps in the lead, and they've done what endurance racing is all about. They kept it consistent, kept it out of trouble on the whole. We've had a couple of little incidents, but nothing major. And whilst we've seen at least 8 cars it is from their class, suffer problems and have to retire from the race early, this was an 11 car BMW entry before the race started, down now to just 3. So it looks like by finishing the race that the 3 BMWs are going to be getting podium finishes. The rate of attrition has been that high in that class. But the Blackadder Motorsports team 3 laps in front of the competition, really showing how to dominate a race. And in fact the battle for second in class can be quite interesting towards the end of the race, because there isn't too much between the online sim racing car of David Walicki and the 3rd place car Lee Bunker for RC UK. So a bit further away from, we've been looking at the leaders and things like that, but it looks like there might be some fuel saving going on for the BMW of the 992 car. A 212.0, although it's a similar Lee Bunker 210.2, so Lee Bunker definitely is the quicker out of the 2 drivers, and we got about 14 minutes left to go in this race. So if they are fuel saving the 992 team, then the 50 car is definitely closing up quickly, as we saw the last time with that comparison. A 210.2 from the 50 and the 992 a 212.0, so that's 1.8 seconds Lee Bunker was able to catch up on David Walicki, and that is the battle for second place potentially in the BMW class in the C1. And we said about the gap has definitely come down at the front from the pit stop cycle. It was about 18-19 seconds, now down to 11.9 seconds. But the main number 41 main PC sim racing guys just got to keep it steady, and they will take a victory, it looks like, at Road America, because we are now coming towards the closed stages of the race. This 4-hour race has now been 3 minutes and about 47 minutes, so we are quickly closing down the laps. We've got about 7 or 8 laps remaining, I'd say, in this one. And Blackadder, although they are running slightly faster than the cars in front, at 2.8, well, main PC running 2.10, so a couple of seconds left. I think they're going to run out of time to even take second place, because Patrick Renaud now stuck in a bit of traffic. He's got a Cadillac in front of him, which has not been the most, how shall I put it, the most politest, and that's the David Holtringer Grip Nation car, which we saw, Grip TV Nation car, which we saw not too long ago have that spin. But now the 66 car Blackadder down the inside of that one, so he's dispatched him. And the next one to try and get past pretty quickly is the roof car of Marcel Unger for online simracing.de VLN, and that car is running 6th in its class. So Renaud down into Canada corner to make that move as well. So he's lapped those 2 cars, and the 66 goes on its way again. But the gap between the leaders is coming down ever so slightly, but not at the rate it needs to be. With the 2/10 is what the gaps come down. So Joel Dimasher is a little bit faster, but just the little tenths here and there aren't going to help him, unfortunately, as Patrick Renaud now makes that long drag down the main straight, and he's had a slower lap, but we saw him being stuck in traffic, and that's really put him back to 210.9. So I think Patrick Renaud, his chances of getting second place are growing thinner by the lap, because the laps are going down, the time is going down, and it looks like at the moment it's going to be a Cadillac victory. Will said earlier when he was with me that he wasn't sure if a Cadillac could win this race, and the BMW might come up trumps at the end, but it does look like that the Cadillacs from the C0 class, C0, is it C0? They are the car which there's not the C0 class, it's the C2 class. So yeah, the C2 class look like they're going to take an overall victory in the second round. I don't want to speak too soon, but there are two of them looking in a position where it would be pretty hard for them to throw it away as such. We saw in the first round that it was two BMWs who had the first two positions with Velamax Racing and TNT. It looks like it's going to be a complete reversal here with two Cadillacs and a BMW, but the Ford GT is going to likely to take maybe 4th place, although that's going to be a battle towards the end of the race as well, because the Phoenix Motorsport 64 of Jurist Island is going to be under pressure from John Philip Reed in the 994 Cadillac. So 4th place overall. We could see a little battle in the closing stages of this race, which should be interesting to watch, because we've not had too much close quarters racing really in this last hour or so. It's been, the field spread out quite a bit. We've seen little bits of racing, but nothing really close. But we've had some strategic excitement. We wondered what was going to happen with the 46. How much time will it gain? It's gained a lot of time in the last lap as well. Got the gap down for the first time in a long time to under 10 seconds. So number 46 car, driven by Joel Demasure, is now down to 9.6 seconds as Steven Zeller down the inside of turn 5 of a lapped car, and that lapped car is Lee Bunker. And has Lee Bunker managed to find a way? No, he hasn't found a way past David Verlieke, and if anything, he's lost a bit of time on that car, because it looked like it was a bit closer than that the last time we looked at those two cars, and that's about for 11th and 12th and second overall in the BMW. So there's a couple of little fights shaping up together now at the end of this race, but not quite maybe at the sharp end where we'd like to see it, although the 994 car into the pits. So John Philip Reed is not in the position where it's going to be able to get back into the it's going to lose some positions. It's lost one to the AA Motorsport team, but I think that's about as far as it is going to drop. So that battle we were talking about that was shaping up between the Phoenix car and the online sim racing Cadillac, as unfortunately it's not going to come to anything, because the online sim racing car had to come into the pits. But that was looking to shaping up to be a bit of a battle, but you tried to stretch it out to the end, and it's probably about 3 or 4 laps too short, unfortunately. Quick splash and dash, and he's on his way again, John Philip Reed. So he's back, but he might have a chance to catch that AA Motorsport car, but I think even that's looking unlikely, because there's quite a bit of a gap between them, and we are now running towards the closing stages of this race. As I'd like to see a bit of engine smoke there from the pit lane, and that is and we got a Kia in the pits as well. I think the car which we saw on smoke has been there for a while, so a bit of a false alarm there. But Petro Van Buylen in the Kia class now coming to the exit of the pit lane. He's 4 laps down on the next car, so they've had quite a trying day, but they are going back on. They will finish the race, so it's always nice to see cars who've had a bit of damage, long way down, but at least they're going to finish the race, which is always good to see. It's a bit of a show of solidarity. We made it to the end. We might not be quite at the front, we might not have had the best of races, but we're going to finish the race, and that is good to see. But finishing the race and finishing the race first are two completely different matters. And Steven Zecker is about 6-7 minutes to go in this race, and he looks like he's going to take victory unless there's a late drama here at Road America. We've seen a lot of drama already, so I'm hoping I'm not putting the curse of the commentator on him, but it does look like the 41 car can maybe start to relax a little bit as such, because the gap now back up to 10.7 seconds, and that Blackadder 66 BMW is not going to be a factor. It's got 20 seconds to catch up, and it's not going to catch up that. I'd be very, very surprised if he caught that up. He's got to go at some speed. So I think it's going to be a 3rd place and a class win for Blackadder. But the 41 car, Steven Zecker, It's been a good drive from Zeka and his teammate Michel Muller, and they're just going to outsee the 46, Joey DiMichele and Patrice Langley. So those two teams have been the class of the field, although not for the whole race. They were the teams that did stand a chance earlier on, but they've all fallen by the wayside. And as Zeka goes to start his 108th lap with 3 minutes and 55.5 minutes on the clock. So we're now coming down to our last 4.5 minutes. So I say we've probably got about 2, maybe 3 laps left of this race for Steven Zeka to bring the car home. And once again, he's extended the gap out to Monster to 11.1. So they are starting to edge it out again, although there is quite a traffic jam in front of the Cadillac. If we can get them all on the straight now, the 41 car, he'll be very happy. One of them is let him go past Jonathan Marchinati in the Kia. He's got David Walike, who is second in the BMWs, although the second BMW position may still be at stake because Lee Bunker not a million miles away, but the Cadillac 41 of Steven Zeka has the rough in front of him of Justin Rebello and David Walike in the BMW, as we said. So a few cars still to negotiate, and that's something he's got to be careful of. He's under no rush whatsoever. There's no point making a silly move as he goes down to the inside here as he comes down the hill. Good move made there. So that is another car dispatched. He doesn't want to take it too risky though, but he's doing well. The monster car has got clear road, but you've got to remember is that he'll probably catch up the same train by the end of the race as well. So there's not going to be any real gain there, but one car is trying to get past that pack pretty ferociously. Here's the number 50 car of Lee Bunker. We all know why that is, because he's trying to catch up the 992 of David Walike, but David Walike at the front of this train now, and is still struggling the BMW Z4 of Lee Bunker, although Bunker's going to try and go down the inside of the Kia at Canada corner, but he doesn't. He pulls out of it, and Bunker, thinking discretion, maybe the better part of Valor. He's in third position, and maybe they'll take the third position, although there is not another car within 50 laps nearly of these 3 cars. So the rate of attrition early in the race sees that the third place car have a 48 lap lead over its next competitors. So he could maybe take a risk or two, but not thinking it's really worth it. But for this driver, it's certainly not worth taking a risk. It's the main PC, Steven Zeka, and I think we might just get another lap after this one, because the laps are taking about 2 minutes 11, and we got 2 minutes and 19, 2 minutes 20 left. It could be the last lap if Zeka slows it down a lot, and he's got 10 seconds over Joel DiMichele. I don't think he's quite going to have the luxury to slow down this race to the point where we will see this be the last lap, but it's definitely something to watch. It's a risk because obviously he's got other cars racing at full speed around him, and I think that he'll just go and take the extra lap if he has to, unless he's very close on his fuel numbers, and I don't think the team would be that close on fuel, but we've seen it before where cars have run out of fuel on the last lap. Hopefully that's not going to happen today, because that will be a bitter blow for that 41 team, or the 46 for example as well, because they've both had very good races. To see them where they are at the moment, there's a couple of cars though in front of that Cadillac. One is Ernesto Bruno, who's 4th in the rough class. But Ernesto Bruno has the car of, in fact, yeah, he's gone past him. I thought for seconds that actually was slowing down to let the BMW of Walike through, but he's not going to. And this will be the very, very last lap of the race, because time is ticking down, but I think we'll get one more, because there was approximately 2:20 left on the clock when Zeka started the lap. He's behind the Karcher car of David Baker, and that car is going to win the C4 class. But as Zeka climbs up the hill, how long is there going to be left on the clock? He's going 100, he's not slowing down at all, but as he crosses the line now, he is 9 seconds short. So this is going to be the final lap of the race. Steven Zeka for 4th of the main team He was 9 seconds short of getting the last lap, but he's got a 13-second lead over Demon Shaw. A very slow lap for him, a 15.2. So really for the 41 team, it's just a case of making sure they stay out of trouble on this final lap, and they look like they are set to take victory in the second round of the Spirit of VLN at Road America. This 4-hour endurance race for Cadillacs, BMWs, Ford GTs, Roofs and Kia Optimas. A fantastic mix of cars, and it has produced a lot of good racing, particularly between the Cadillacs and the BMWs throughout the race into class. But we've also seen good battling throughout the race from all the classes really, although earlier on in some cases like the Kia, where we've seen the BSR TC pairing of David Baker and Andreas Katz really make a great impression on this race, and they are going to take the lead in their class pretty easily. But the main attention is going to be on that 41 car now as it comes around the carousel last time, and I can't see him being in too much of a rush, I've got to be honest, to get past our rough leader Andre Castro, although Castro may want the car to go past him so he doesn't have to do another lap. The Talk Freak Racing car is nowhere near him though in second place, so he can afford that luxury, but he's not letting the leader go past, which is a bit strange. You think he might let him make the move, but very defensive it seems Andre Castro on that Cadillac that's going to take the lead as it comes round Canada corner. Steven Zecker and his teammate for today's racing, Misha Muller, looks like they're going to take the grand prize. Comes round Bill Mitchell, he's onto the last corner for the very last time. Just got to make sure he makes this right. He's not going to touch, he's going nowhere near the curb or the grass. He goes up the hill, they're going to lap one of the rough cars, but it's going to be victory in the VLN round 2 for the number 41 car. Fantastic victory for them. Steven Zucker has won the race at a time of 4 hours, 2 minutes and 4 seconds, and the Super Sport car will have to do another lap in the rough class, but victory as well for Karcher. David Baker, Andreas Katz take victory there, and the distance of victory between the two cars in the end, 13.9 seconds. Blackadder, they got it down to 21 seconds in the end, but it was a case of not enough laps for Blackadder, although they do take the C1 class victory. Although you've got to think they did have a couple of mistakes, a couple of little incidents. They're 7 seconds off the Monster Energy 46 car, and that could have been the difference there between second place and third place at the end of the day. But a great victory for them in class, and the Ford GT victory for Joris Thailand of the Phoenix Motorsport 64. Him and Richard Holiday will be doing that. So we're going to go to a commercial break very shortly and come back with you for interviews from today's racing. But just to quickly recap our class winners. The class winners and overall leaders in the Cadillac class, number 41 car of Steven Zecker, and the car is teammate of Mitchell Muller. That's main PC sim racing. The winners of our BMW class, that was the number 66 car, Blackadder Motorsports, Patrick Renaud and Rafe Morrill. In the Ford GT class, we've said Richard Holiday and Joris Thailand took the victory there. In the rough class, number 44, Andre Castro, and his teammate for that was Cullen Brown. So they are the ones who have taken victory in that class. In the Kia class, we see the Kia Optima. That victory was taken by Andreas Katz and David Baker. So those were our winners in the classes today. So that's the BMW, Rough, Cadillac, Kia and Ford GT. We're now going to go into a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have interviews from Victory Lane at Road America.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Hugo, can I go to bed? Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RaceSpotTV for post-race coverage of the second round of the championship from Road America. I would personally like to apologise for not being here for the last hour and a half. But Dan Blake, you know everything, because you always know everything. And it was overall an incredibly entertaining race.
Yeah, especially our last hour and a half, there was always that little bit of excitement with the Blackadder car take the overall win. Unfortunately for the Blackadder team, they couldn't quite get it, 21.3 seconds off at the end, and it was main PC Sim Racing in the Cadillac and Monster Energy Endurance 2 taking the 1-2 for the Cadillacs, avenging the round 1 where it's two BMWs that took the lead. But winning that class was the number 66 Blackadder Motorsports team, and I have Patrick Renaud and Braith Morrow from the team with me now. So guys, how do you feel your race went out there today?
It was interesting. I think we actually threw that one away. We qualified very well. Patrick set our fastest time. Lewis did a spectacular job in his first stint to avoid that lap 4 or 5 wreck that gave us the lead. We suffered from attrition. I guess in the class we were ahead, and then we just stuffed up our pit stop and just ran out of...
You won your class by 3 laps, so a dominant performance in the BMW class from yourself and Patrick today.
Thanks, guys.
And next interview for Will Vincent.
Hello. Sorry, I only wanted to interview Mark Warmington because I've not spoken to him in like a year. Hi, Mark.
Hey, Will, how's it going?
I'm alright. Well, here's the deal. I have no idea where you finished because I had to literally leave Road America, fly all the way to Suzuka, do a race under caution there, a road course under caution, then come back for interview. So, how did Blue Flag Racing do today?
We're really happy, actually. We managed to bring the car home with all the wheels still on it, all the panels still on it, pretty much spick and span, I think. And I believe we ended up finishing 4th in class and 7th on the road, I think.
Well, of course, Blue Flag Racing, very big achievement for you. Now, I actually did see your stint. In Road America, it's been kind of torturous for some drivers today. So how we were able to get through what is generally a very narrow racetrack, and of course the difficulties with lap traffic, especially down on that run from the end of the hurry downs all the way through the carousel, all the way through the King, Canada corner, Bill Mitchell Bend, final corner.
Well, we were streaming the race at the time, and anyone that was watching will explain to you that the way we dealt with it was me going, "Oh no, no, no! Oh, 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 please, oh!" a lot, because the track is really narrow, and you've got no idea. So, I think that our approach, very much was the case of we're not racing necessarily the other cars. We are, but everyone understands this is endurance racing. We're racing the track, we're racing the clock. So there were times when we yielded, there were times we held back. But there were a few moments in the last two stints. I just did the short stint at the end as well, just to make sure I was concentrating. I actually upped a gear just to hit apexes and my lines. But there was this moment, I don't know if you saw it in the broadcast, myself, a Kia and a Roof came in. I think it was a Roof came into no, it was a GT, came into turn one, and I don't know what happened, but I saw out of my peripheral vision the Kia coming across the apex, and I had to just brake and just stay off the gas. It flew across my nose.
Well, we've got Christoph Babiak here as well from the same team, Blue Flag Racing. Christoph, you've got to be very proud of your achievement. 4th place in your class, 7th place overall. It has been a torturous event, as I said to Mark at Road America here today. A, to finish, and B, to finish so well must be some achievement for you guys.
Yes, Mark said we are very proud because of our result, and the most important issue was the consistency of all the race. We concentrated, we tried to keep as much as possible, and I think in the endurance races, in national races, the qualify is maybe not so important because we qualified in the middle of the grid, and we race without any bigger adventures. And I think this is one of our best results in our history, I can say, in my history, because I'm not so fast driver, I'm an average driver, and I'm very, very happy that I was able to drive with Mark and we reached so good result.
That's okay. As once upon a time when I got qualifying set up for a track at New Hampshire with Mark, he makes me look a decent driver at times as well. But Abby, we've got, in a couple of weeks' time, we've got Spa-Francorchamps, and it is one of the most historic racing venues in the world, not just for open wheel racing, but for GT racing as well. 4 hours there. Do you think you got the opportunity to repeat your result after what's been a tremendous result for you here today?
I think we can do this because, as I said, the consistency and the practice, I think, before is very important to know how to behave on the particular part of the track, how the car is behaving. And I think that the Spa is not so narrow track, as Mark said. This narrow track sometimes cause the problems in overtaking of the other cars. But in Spa, I hope it would be much easier. But of course, we'll prepare for this event as well, and I hope we'll be in top 5 as well.
Blue Flag Racing, ladies and gentlemen, coming home in 7th place overall. Back to you, Dan.
I have the winners of the Rough Class Super Sport Racing. You have Colin Brown, Andre Casto, and Christian Wagner. How you feel the guy who finished the race? How was it feeling to come across the line winning the class, which was actually quite a competitive class up there today?
Well, honestly, it felt pretty good because we won Neo last week, and this is our first 2 endurance events racing, and it's pretty unbelievable. We won our first 2 events, me and Colin. So I mean, when I took over, we already had a big lead, so all I had to do was just be smooth and hit my marks. And as long as I didn't really make any major mistakes, then we'd be fine. But there's a lot of moments where, they were really close and we got hit a lot of times. Like our right side was completely destroyed. We had a lot of optional repairs, but the car was still handling good and it was still, drivable at like pretty much maximum speed. So yeah, it was good the whole race. It all went to plan. We were fast and yeah, it was good.
So 2 wins out of 2. What was it about a team of you and Colin and Gresham which makes you so quick and just adapt into each other so quickly, setups and things like that?
Well, I think sometimes we actually aren't like the fastest car, but I think we're just really consistent. We have a lot of experience doing this kind of thing. Me and Colin more on like the oval side, but we have a lot of experience sim racing, and Gresham is, he's done more of this kind of racing, the endurance racing, than we have, and he knows the strategy, and he knows the setup and everything. So I think we all just kind of combine, and we play to our strengths, and then whenever we do that, we just have a really consistent race, and we're out front.
Well done on your victory today. Cullen, how was it for you out there today during your stints?
It was pretty fun, especially Gresham's stint. We fell back a little bit, and we had a lot of time to make up. But at the end of the day, we had a really big lead. We had a few moments out there, just getting into run-ins with some GT cars and whatnot. But overall, we did good, and happy with the team. Andre and Gresham did good. Gresham was good with strategy, and we had a fun time.
Yeah, it looked like there was quite a few cars that there with damage. Going into the next race at Spa, do you think you will be able to keep up your level performance from your last 2 sim racing races as a team?
I believe we can do that. We've been pretty quick, and we've been pretty consistent, kept our cars pretty clean, and we haven't made a lot of mistakes, so I feel like we can do pretty good.
Thank you very much. Anyone you'd like to thank as team for this afternoon's racing?
I'd like to thank all our drivers and Andre and Gresham, especially Gresham, for the strategy and getting us to do this race. And I'd like to thank this series for putting it on, and I just had a good time.
So thank you very much. Now we got from the Ford GT class with us, Joris Thailand. Joris, you won the Ford GT class. How was it out there for you today in the Phoenix Motorsports car?
Traffic was very difficult, I thought. The pace is very comparable between the first 3 classes, and it's very difficult to overtake those cars, especially the Cadillacs with their power down the straights. But it went very well for us overall. Yeah.
But the cars being so even, I think is that part of the reason that makes the championship such a good thing to watch and be part of, that the cars are quite close together class-wise?
Yeah, it's a challenge, and everybody loves to see a challenge, so why not? It's difficult, like I said, and especially if you throw in a bit slower cars like the Kia and the Roof, but it's fun nevertheless. So
the race saw you have a battle with the number 20 AA Motorsport team, but towards the last quarter of the race, it looked like you guys just had the slight advantage over them. You managed to put out 24 seconds at the end, but at one stage you were quite close after you came out the pits together.
yeah, their first driver was very fast, and Richard couldn't really keep up. Then we managed to eat away from their lead once I got into the car. That helped a lot. And then we just kept on increasing our pace and kept on managing the gap, and it all worked out in the end.
Next race sees the VLN-series go to Spa-Francorchamps. Is that a circuit which you feel will suit the car, or do you think you will, compared to this track, is it one that suits it for GT, do you think?
I think Spa suits every car. It's a track that's for every car good. It's for every driver a fun track to do. But I think we're gonna have an overload of Spa the next month, so yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations on your victory today.
Thank you very much.
And now back over to Will Vincent. I think interviews are nearly complete.
Does that mean that you can go to bed?
I'm not going to bed. I got Global Challenge to race today.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, we've completed the second round of the championship, Dan. Of course, it's been a bit of a unique situation where a C2 driver has won overall. And of course, you do get it on occasions in all forms of endurance racing. And I want to go back to a point that Mark made earlier on, that in endurance racing, yes, you're running against other drivers, but primarily you're running against one little thing, and it is the virtual stopwatch, which just keeps ticking every second of every race. And, you know, if you're not racing that, then arguably you're never going to have the opportunity to win.
Yeah, it's a very good point Mark makes there, because despite the fact there are other cars out on the track, it's a case of really the clock being another opposition for you, because you just need to get yourself into that frame of mind, get your consistency, just get a rhythm really, because as soon as you start beating the clock and doing well against that, then are going to be they're going to be the next ones in line, because if you're consistent, focused, and doing well, then that's when you're the most dangerous in terms of gaining positions and being near the front.
Well, and of course, next time out, we go for 4 hours at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. I alluded to this in the interviews that I did. Every time we go to Spa, it's like going to Indianapolis for an IndyCar race, or like going to Monaco for a Formula One race. It's always a little bit special when you go to Spa. Yes, it has its heritage in Grand Prix racing, but over the years, endurance racing at Spa, it's one of those few events, like Le Mans, like Daytona, like the Nordschleife, that really make people excited.
As you said, it's not just Formula One, it is one of the big motorsport events in the world, one of the big motorsport venues. People talk about your Spas, your Monza, Silverstone, all in the same bracket, Indianapolis, Bathurst. They're all the big tracks and the headline events that motorsport community know and love. So I think the next round of the VLN-series is going to be a fantastic one to watch and cover.
Well, indeed so, ladies and gentlemen. That, however, does conclude our coverage of today's event here on RaceSpotTV, the second round of the 2014 VLN Championship. Thank you very much to Dan Blake, also to Cameron Walsh and Hugo Louise. I've been Will Vincent, and this has been a RaceSpotTV presentation. Don't forget, tomorrow, it's all about Indy. But for today, congratulations to you winners, and we'll talk to you all next time. Bye-bye.